city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from conscience. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
It never falls! Oh, quel dommage. Little look.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Championship Sunday. We're here for Asia for the preseason finals, and we're gonna see who can come home with $20,000 in their pocket. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the one, the only, some say Doctor Strange himself, Mr. Dan over here. Are you excited, man?
I mean, how fitting is it that I'm also a strange maid? That's crazy. But either way, we're here. Championship Sunday. This is the beginning of the end here in the Asia region side of Ignite Pacific. And I'm so excited. There's only 3 teams left, and only one will come out on top. This has been an absolute roller coaster of a tournament as well. Teams that have been slumping towards the tail end, some scaling up even more. And we'll talk about those storylines in just a few moments, because before we go into all of that, we gotta show you guys what we got in the game for you guys, because right now we've got that Hellfire Gala coming back in Marvel Rivals with Krakoan fashion by Magic in the Netherworld Noble costume, and Gambit coming in with the Alluring Ace costume as well. All of those are available right now until the 21st of May, and those cameras will be flashing, so you better be ready for those.
Yeah, get them while you can. CB is going to buy the entire stock of the Gambit skin. The Alluring Ace, not going to be around much longer once she gets her hands on them. But we do have something even better, potentially. The Vampire King is free. Monsters lurk in the shadows and roam the city. Dracula returns. Team up with up to 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with the different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night into his undead doom. Available already right now, April 23rd UTC. And let me tell you, welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt, or will you be hunted? Which one will it be, Dan?
I'm thinking about hunting, because a lot of you guys are probably hunting for these Twitch drops coming in right at you on Twitch when you watch participating Marvel Rivals channels here on twitch.tv, most notably us here on the main Marvel Rivals channel. You can get your hands on the Daredevil costume, and you still have a chance to get your hands on the Gambit costume as well. So you got a double whammy of costumes coming your way right here, right now. Get them while you can. Maybe you don't have enough of those credits to get the Alluring Ace Gambit costume. Fear not, you can still be dripped out in your own competitive matches with the Will of Galacta costume of Gambit.
Hey, one of our co-casters, Matsy, said that we're probably going to go to the full distance in both of our matches today. Something tells me if you haven't started watching now, probably a decent chance you can get all the skins and everything in the Twitch drops in this one broadcast today. I think now is the perfect time to start if you haven't already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? In terms of how this entire tournament has started, and now we're reaching the finish line, right? Group stage lasting for a whole 2 weeks almost, and then we had that week break until we get into playoffs. That was really a time for a lot of these teams to like iron things out, things that haven't been working out, and have come back way stronger. And that's basically what Reject did, right? They looked down in the dumps in the group stage. They took some time to make sure that they are ready for playoffs, and look at what it's done for them. They're already in the grand final, waiting to see who they play against. Is it going to be Pirates or Zero Tenacity? Because keep in mind, we're down to 3 teams left. We've only got 1 best of 5 and 1 best of 7 left here in Preseason Asia, and this is exactly what these teams are playing for.
$50,000 on the line in total for all of these teams. 20,000 smackaroos for the winning championship winning team for all of them here, with the second place runner-up getting $10,000, third place getting $6,000, and it just crescendos down from there. I gotta say, if I had the choice, Dan, I would want the $20,000.
Yeah, I'm sure Reject are thinking about the same. They've already guaranteed themselves $10,000 in the bank, but Pirates and Zero Tenacity are looking to gun for that top prize as well. But if you want to go for the prize, you got to make sure you're popping off in the current map pool of Marvel Rivals. Yes, Lower Manhattan is in the competitive map pool in the game currently, but that will not be available for these teams to be playing on until stage 1 of Ignite. So right now, this is what we're working with, and this is what we are going to stick with for Championship Sunday.
Hey, look, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves or give anything away, but given what we've seen from all the teams so far, we had one flawless team that made it through MRC, all of group stage, and most of playoffs up until the upper half of it, and the only map they've consistently lost to was the Museum of Contemplation. If we get to see that in our first matchup here today, I don't know, we could have a long distance again.
We'll see about that, but right now, this is where Ignite really shows off. It's a little bit of a unique ban draft, right? We're not going very symmetrical. If you've watched MRC in the past, you know that if one team bans one hero, it's banned for everyone. But here, it's only one-sided. So both teams will have to commit one ban of their own if they want to completely neutralize the competition, right? If you want to ban Loki, you have to use the Loki. But if the enemy team wants to ban the Loki on your side, they're gonna have to ban the Loki as well. And the same goes for saves and so on and so forth.
The best way to describe it is that your ranked games in MRC are universal bans, and then the Ignite bans are multiversal. So you could have a Loki on one side, not allowed for the other, and it really does diversify how a lot of these strategies play out early on. A lot of Gambit bans have come out as a mirror early on inside of Asia, if you're just tuning in. That first reserve for one of the teams has been one of the spiciest options we have seen so far. A lot of teams in playoffs have been opting to either go for an Elsa reserve, not as unusual, or a Mantis reserve at doing so. And this is our bracket. There's only 3 teams left, Dan, and we have Pirates somehow making it to the lower bracket after Reject have finally woken up, and the flawless team has to face one of the biggest wild cards we have seen in Marvel Rivals Ignite for a chance at revenge in the grand finals.
I mean, Reject coming in not as the top seed. I know a lot of us had them first, topping the entire group of Preseason Asia, at least in the group stage, and with everyone's predictions going up into dust, perhaps Thanos snapped by Reject themselves, they come in and be like, hey, what if we ruined predictions again? And that's exactly what they did. They somehow woke up, they took their week off, and got some valuable practice in. They look way better as a team. I know my predictions are essentially ruined by Reject now twice in a row, but I'm just happy that Reject have gone on this redemption arc that they are going for, because right now they are sitting pretty at the grand final spot, waiting to see if they're playing against Pirates, the team that went on a 16 map win streak until they got sent to the lower bracket, or is it going to be Zero Tenacity, who have looked really good in its own right, running that international roster?
I mean, you have your first top two teams in the group stage. They were Pirates and Triple AD. They looked fantastic heading into playoffs, but there was a lot of wild cards. We talked about Zero Tenacity already, but you, as the Prophet, predicted that XO could make a miraculous run. Unfortunately, they top out at 4th place. They nearly made it to today. Wasn't to be. But that being said, it goes to show that we truly cannot predict where any of these teams will end up. For all we know, this could be Pirates getting eliminated in the lower bracket finals and not even having a chance to face Reject again.
Yeah, I mean, it's all question marks onto Pirates right now. They look so hot coming out of MRC and then coming into Preseason of Asia. But now it just feels like, did Pirates start to slump a little, or did the rest of the competition get better? That's really the big question right now coming into here, because the last time Pirates and Zero Tenacity played against each other, it was way back in the group stage when both of these teams, if you recall, were undefeated at the time, both 3-0, but then they had to play each other, and Pirates just blew them out of the water.
I think it's more of a half glass full approach. I think Pirates were probably the #1 watched team, probably by multiple different regions, just given how dominant they played. But especially in our scope of Asia and OCE, this is the team that you want to see how you can counter adapt and figure things out. Remember, the first half of group stage, Reject didn't have a coach, question mark. They looked really they looked muddled, but after they got their coach, and for week 2 they went on a flawless streak, and frankly it's still going, man.
Yep, and they're trying to keep that going, and going is that momentum that they really want to go for, right? Pirates now loading into the lobby against Zero Tenacity. We're going to start things off here on Celestial Husk. Keep in mind, just a little reminder of how the map rotation works in Marvel Rivals Ignite. First map, always going to be Domination. It's going to be randomized between all of those Domination maps available, and then as we progress further and further, if you remember, if you watch the group stage, the losing team can choose either Convoy or the Convergence. Map 3 will be the final game mode left over, and then if we need to go to Map 4, every single map that has not been played yet will be available.
We're just about ready for map number 1. The top 2 teams facing up against each other from the group stage results. I had mentioned AAAD was that second place team earlier, and while I was mostly right about that assumption, they held that spot until the very last day of group stage, where it did go to Zero Tenacity in a surprising upset. They stole that second place slot, had that one game advantage into the upper bracket semifinals for the playoff stage. They lost it out against Reject, and from there, Zero Tenacity made a flawless run. They have not even dropped a single map. I'm not talking series, because if they did, they'd be eliminated. Not a single map in the lower bracket run. And here they go, facing up against a potential raid boss.
I mean, this is the group stage rematch that we've been waiting for this whole time. We wanted to see this matchup in playoffs, and we get it no less on Championship Sunday. This is set up to be an absolute banger. I know the last time in the group stage, people thought it would be a close matchup. It wasn't close at all. Pirates, again, just kind of steamrolled through Zero Tenacity. But with a whole week off, like after group stage going into playoffs, surely both of these teams have done the prep work that they need to in order to try to get as far as possible. And now here on Championship Sunday, this is the final best of 5 before we go into that best of 7 against Reject. But first, both Zero Tenacity and Pirates need to go head to head here on Celestial Husk. And what better way to start it than here in the band draft?
Gotta ask you, Coach Dan, we gotta poke into your brain a little bit. If you are into this matchup, you're facing Pirates, would you rather face a domination match that you've consistently won in the past, or one that you've recently lost and sent you down to the lower bracket?
That's going to be a really big question, right? It depends on how domination is played by both these teams. Either you go for the dive composition and try to force yourself to get the space that you need in order to get as much momentum as possible, or you just go the other approach, right? You wait for the dive to come in, try to peel your entire team, and then go for the counter engage. But that's really going to be the big question mark. How do both these teams want to run their compositions? Because we've seen them play dive. Both these teams can play dive. Both of these teams can play brawl. So these teams are very, very flexible in terms of what they can utilize to their utmost advantage.
It is the big question, Dan, because that's exactly where Zero Tenacity is right now. They lost Celestial Husk 2-0 against Reject, sent down to the lower bracket, barely winning out at all in that series. Only Museum of Contemplation was their winning factor. Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll have to wait and see what is picked for game number 2 when we get there. Mantis, the reserve. Elsa, the reserve for Pirate's side. Damage amplification has been secured by ZT.
Yep, Zero Tenacity getting that one-sided Mantis means that they will for sure have the advantage in terms of that ultimate acceleration. Keep in mind, if you have the damage amplification, that does mean your ultimate gets online just a little bit faster, and that's really what Zero Tenacity are looking to play around. They will take away the Mantis early, predicting that Pirates will go for the Elsa one-sided, and they do adjust that. Zero Tenacity, however, they secure the Vibrant Vitality with the Mantis and the Loki team up.
Makes me think with the Invisible Woman ban from Pirate's side that maybe we will see a more aggressive dive composition with the Elsa on top. We do have the Loki, though, a lot of strategic reserves from Zero Tenacity, ensuring that there are going to be consistent heals and damage amplification. But with the Invisible Woman and White Fox ban, that's telling me that Pirates, they're opting to have strategists without a lot of fight back potential. Not as many get-off-me tools for someone like, I don't know, Daredevil?
Maybe, but Pirates are posting up to say, hey, we're going to run dive.
Oh, no.
Because no White Fox means that that's not going to be available. No Invisible Woman means that there's no extra peel, no assistance with the Guardian Shield, no assistance with the Force Physics. As Zero Tenacity, they thought about the Strange ban, but they're just going to go toe-to-toe with the Invisible Woman band instead. But Pirates, I would not be surprised if they try to go in swinging with this dive composition. But Zero Tenacity, however, they do have options of their own to try to shut it down with the Vibrant Vitality team up. Both the Mantis and the Loki will have extra resources in terms of surviving this dive engagement coming in from Pirates. And if Zero Tenacity also put Marvel on the Groot, that's just extra healing at their disposal as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the front line's going to look like for ZT. Bizar's already locked in the Penny Parker. Could also maybe be. I just don't know if that's going to be a full committal there. Yeah, Bizar has not locked it in. That was just the hover. Instead, you have the Doctor Strange and the Venom, looking very dive-centric. Hadia, though, on the Vanpool, that would be such a great way to mitigate some of that damage for the dive.
I mean, Kaidia on the Vanpool means that Pirates will want to go in as quickly and aggressively as possible. Kaidia will have to try to get the Banhammer online as soon as possible so that Zero Tenacity, one of those strategists are going to for sure get marked. If it's Bazer, it's gonna draw out the regen domain quite early in the team fight. So if Pirates are able to expose that cooldown, make sure that gets thrown to the wayside, Pirates will have the upper hand in terms of winning out in that first engagement. But Zero Tenacity will use the portal to try to, at the very least, maybe cut off main. But no, they're just gonna curve it to the right side and make sure that they get the extra control on the mission area before it even opens up.
Using the shield, portal's a shield, excuse me, allowing Ultron, Jerry to hide around.
Oh, wow.
First KO of the match, that's Aztec the fall. You have the Luna Snow to help with some of that hit scan to be anti-Jerry. But Jerry's an unstoppable force. The stalk in between used his environmental cover. Jerry and Soko showing already that Zero Tenacity are here to fight.
I'm a little surprised Pirates aren't running the dive composition. They really wanted to do that, but Zero Tenacity, they thought a little bit ahead. They shut down Return's Daredevil in the band draft, so he's going to have to find a different approach in terms of how they want to go for this next engagement. Aztec, however, on the Jeff still has the team up with the Symbiote Shenanigans with the Venom, Kaidia with the Jeff toy as well, but Return has to go for the next best option. We'll go for the Wolverine. We'll help out Vital in terms of that team up potential, so Return could do a little bit of extra damage here.
Yeah, Marvel's got to watch out. Wolverine has been a menace inside the playoffs against group players, and so a lot of that walls that you can build up will get destroyed. Just a matter, though, if Soko can help keep alive and have tabs on that Wolverine pick. We haven't seen him in the server just yet, but I did certainly hear him.
There we go.
There we go. Feral Leap is out. No last stand just yet. Return, a wealth of damage applied, but Marvel not isolated. Soko still playing for the shield, spamming it up and down, helping out his fellow Vanguard.
Vital is just so low for so long. He's not able to safely do enough damage to zone away Zero Tenacity. Look at everyone in Z10. They're already healthy. Marvel and Jerry team up to find eliminations. Wendy's even there in the backline, just peppering down the hurt onto Fun as well. And Zero Tenacity are just speed running through this first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is Manta Central. Working well. We saw Rage of Ultron from Jerry. That helped out alongside Wendy. Z will respawn, have Ensong Inferno set up and ready to go along with Vital. Maybe an ult dump will come out from Pirates side. So many players are close.
It's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be. Pirates are losing out. We're going to Final Fight territory. Fun and Return have their ultimates soon and ready to go. It's a matter of Zero Tenacity being able to peel the engagement coming in, because Aztec could easily shut down Wendy's ultimate if he does choose to do that. But Aztec will follow up the strategist of Zero Tenacity, but he's not able to get to the edge in time.
Oh, unlucky there. Unfortunate. Displacing these strategists momentarily. Soul Resurgence out though. Wendy finding some impact early on. Double Ensong Inferno. Plenty of flames and fire to go around, but no direct impact. In fact, Vital falls from it. Z's there for the Return though. Return sent back to the sender. Unlucky. And a double KO to boot. This is a fantastic start for Zero Tenacity.
And the portal needs to be opened up for Pirates. Is it going to come out in time? It's going to be up to Fun if he's able to stall in time. As overtime still ticking down. Kaidia gets sniped down by Wendy. There's a chance for Pirates to maybe get a foothold onto the site. Portal does come in, so they have a second chance.
Second chance. You have to make it count. Return now onto the Strange portal on the way. It's out. It's there. And there is some room. But Kumio has been unleashed. It's going to be Return to play so aggressive into the back line. Was that challenge worth it? We'll have to wait and see as an Agamotto falls directly onto the husk itself. Strange shield in the way will help out. Rage of Ultron is out and abound, finding one, lowering that damage all you can. No one checking for the backup Pirates. It's Z there to find the slays. The KOs abound once more. And with potentially another ult on the way, Ensong Inferno for the front lines. That's one Vanguard gone. Normally, Return's not in that role. That yellow beam, keep a careful eye on it. It won't be around much longer. Have to hold on, Fun. All the heals of these strategists are being pumped into him. And away for a tempo starter, $20,000 potentially on the line. Z takes down Fun. And with just one member left, they hop off the point, and point one goes to Zero Tenacity.
Zero Tenacity are just playing like an well-oiled machine. That was just great counterplay coming in from them as well. Pirates did have a chance to win out before overtime even came out. Aztec swallowed up two strategies of Zero Tenacity, but Aztec just couldn't follow through with the elimination. And I also gotta shout out Zero Tenacity. They're playing against a one-sided Elsa. Vital has been piloting that pick for quite a while, it feels like, but it really hasn't done a whole lot. He's been pretty quiet, at least in this first round. Yeah, I don't think Apex Predator was able to be used at all, it felt like.
So I guess the big question is, you know, there is environmental KO potential on Celestial Husk. I mean, you know, we didn't really get to see a lot of it early on. This next sub-map will have more opportunities closer up. Maybe we'll see that saved up for Vital in this first fight.
The battle starts in 5.
A chance, but Pirates are gonna have to rely on it really well, because Zero Tenacity, though, they still don't have ultimates ready to work with. Most of them are only halfway there. So Pirates, if they want to win out this first fight, they have to do it now.
Gotta make a damn sure job they can make it work here. Let's see. Early on, Vital again, Apex Predator. My eyes are peeled. Fun does have Abyss, Beast of the Abyss, from within. Depends on how much of a hungry boy he is. Doko's piercing around, keeping full tabs on this Elsa. You cannot let her get into the back line, and that's most certainly the goal.
I mean, everyone on Pirates are so spread out. Zero Tenacity are losing map space right now. Kaidia jumps in, gets the Banhammer onto a backline, but Vital just gets popped. Can't even use the Apex Predator. It gets shut down immediately to 0%.
Immediately, that monster has been put away. Strangling Prison sent down on top from Marvel's side. Wendy and Jerry, they have their ult set up and ready to go. Not necessary. Aztec's there. It's Jeff. Will it be sent off the stage?
Oh,
no.
the walls.
Blocked by the walls of Brute. That is unbelievable. Agamotto in return. The soul has left the fish. And through it all, it seems Zero Tenacity on track to get this first point cap.
These micro plays are just insane. Marvel blocks the exit for Aztec to try to throw members of Z10 off the edge, and Pirates just couldn't figure out a way to follow through. I have Agamotto tagging onto the backline. The strategist, most importantly, of Pirates just meant that this first fight was already over as soon as Soko landed that Agamotto.
I mean, we talked about the damage amp in the ban phase, right? Jerry, Wendy both have the capabilities of doing so. Very soon to have Rage of Ultron. Keep an eye on him. But now you have double hit scan, triple hit scan on Pirates to try to shut down this flying strategist. You're gonna have to make something work because he's getting away with so many heals for free. It's a jump back down once again. Fun has the feast once again, but will there be an Abyss? That's the Rage of Ultron. Small corridors, isolated 1v1s, and through it all, finding Kadia. That's not gonna be enough. Jerry unfortunately falls mid-ult.
Fun, and the rest of Pirates, they do have a man advantage. Yeah, it just keeps going. Great anti-heal potential coming in from Fun, but with everyone on Zero Tenacity focusing down the Venom means that he's gonna get taken away. So Zero Tenacity, despite being down a man, will still have a way to come back. Great peel coming in from Baser and the rest of Zero Tenacity, making sure that the Loki stays alive. Great swap as well to reposition. Pirates are losing steam fast because look at their ultimate economy.
Yeah, but they have to rely on sales and win to make it work. We'll have to see if Pirates can regather their thoughts and bring it back, but I don't know. Maybe a portal? 68%? Is that too early?
Might be a little early. I think Pirates do have time to walk on forward, look for some sort of fight, win, but with Zero Tenacity being bunkered up, look how they're posted up in that little room at that part of the map. Pirates, if they want to go for the dive, they're going to have to invade that little area, and if you know anything about dive compositions, you cannot run it very well if you're going to get stuck into that small room.
Strangling Peasant's Fun brought out now. Double KO from the hands of Zero Tenacity. Vital, we were set up and waiting. We thought Ensong Inferno would come out, but instead, trapped by Roots, made things incredibly tough to have impact when you're not alive. Overtime once again, though. Pirates have been staggering massively in this first map. They have not been finding any value. Eaten once again. That's going to be Wendy gone. Aztec, a chance for survival, but playing for Jeff Denial inside that small house nullifies any chance of using that ult. And Song Inferno brought out. Where does it land? I'm not entirely sure, but doesn't find a KO. Soul Resurgence is out, Zoko is gone, and Pirates are off point. That's a clean 2-0, at least for the first map for ZT.
That was a double shutout, 200-0 in favor of Zero Tenacity. They just played the dive, or played against the dive so well, and whatever Pirates were trying to do, it just didn't work. They tried to brawl, but Z10 were better at it. They tried to get a little more aggressive with the dive, putting Return on the Psylocke, Fun on the Venom, and still, nothing worked out. Everyone on Zero Tenacity knew what they were putting themselves into. The Elsa went quiet. Pirates' dive composition also going quiet, because Zero Tenacity, they knew what they had to do. Just take over the small room, just bunker down, use the Loki and the Mantis team up to keep your team alive, and with Marvel as well, helping out, because Mantis is secured one-sided for Z10, meant that Zero Tenacity, they just would not go down.
I'm really happy you mentioned the Loki 2 specifically, because we saw the environmental control from Zero Tenacity, especially in that second sub-map, hunkering down away from the domination point. They captured it, they played in that small room, shut down any capability of Aztec using its Jeff ult to send people off the map, any way of reclaiming space, and forcing Pirates into such an inconvenient and small and, frankly, very hard to fight room. Even with all the counterplay Pirates tried to employ, it felt like the duelists in that matchup never had a chance to shine. I'm looking at the stats right now.
Yeah, I was about to say.
2-6 on Vital, Dan.
Yeah, and that, but also look at Eggsy. We didn't talk about him a whole lot, but he was just frying in the back line of Zero Tenacity. No one on Pirates were able to shut him down. He only goes down once, and with 15 final hits for the Phoenix of Eggsy, this guy, I believe he's the captain of Zero Tenacity as well, and he's already going ballistic, and it's only map 1.
24-1, dude. That is an incredible stat line. And it's a tough spot to be in, because historically we see Pirates maybe have slow starts at best when it comes to domination points. Maybe they'll give up that first sub map, but even that's a stretch. But usually they break it back with their overwhelming force on their duelist front. If they've been counter-stratted this early on, again, by the duelist against them, making return, get 5 and 6, on their stat feed, 2 elims and 6 total KOs against them, I'm very worried for Pirates. And that's a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, Pirates looking to slump a little bit, it feels like, because whatever Pirates tried to do, it just didn't work out, because back in the group stage, just felt like whatever they do no wrong, because of the sheer amount of mechanics that Pirates have at their disposal, because this is a team full of crazy levels of mechanical talent, most notably Vital, Hoodie. Both of those players, being on Crazy Raccoon and Genji respectively, have shined on those rosters in the past, and now joining together on this Pirates roster, you would assume that some of that talent would shine through, but it feels like the rest of the competition here in playoffs have done their homework, have watched a lot of tape on what Pirates have been doing, and have just countered it and shut it down perfectly, because if you remember the band draft, Zero Tenacity, they know that Pirates really love putting Return on that Daredevil, and if that Daredevil was available, Pirates probably could have popped off with the dive composition, but Zero Tenacity, they thought 2 steps ahead.
Hey, heavy is the head that lifts the crown, man. If you are the most watched team in the world, most likely, especially for Asia going in the playoffs, everyone's gonna know what you do to a micro beat. And that's what makes it incredibly tough, man.
Yeah, we'll see if it's gonna get even tougher for Pirates as we take a short break. See where Pirates take us for map number 2. We'll figure that out in a few short minutes.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike!
done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest. It never falls!
Things have already started up very interesting when it comes to the finals, or we're getting close to the finals, I should say. The lower finals of Asia playoffs here. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan once again. Zero Tenacity coming out strong, shutting down the duelists of Pirates that have dominated and shown definition so far for 2026. Now they're on the back heel.
I mean, we've seen them in the back end before, right? Losing out to a clean sweep by Reject, who have looked so strong, but more on Reject later down the grand final. We're gonna talk about Zero Tenacity against Pirates. Zero Tenacity coming out with a huge win against Pirates is already insane because Pirates, you could argue they either got figured out, they were, well, how do I say it? They've saw the rest of the teams have solved the ban draft of Pirates, it just feels like, because whatever Pirates wanted to run, at least in that first map, they just couldn't do it because Zero Tenacity were able to shut it down before they even loaded onto the map. Shutting down Return's Daredevil meant that Pirates, even if they banned out the Invisible Woman and the White Fox to try to make those dive hits a little bit easier, just couldn't work to that full potential because Pirates just couldn't figure it out because Zero Tenacity, they did run the Loki and the Mantis team up, but Pirates were probably thinking, hey, we're confident enough to shut down the Loki Greens, either putting Fun on the Venom to go for those soft hits, or just click and take away the stones on top of those regen domains. But one thing's for certain though, Pirates will take us to Shinshuya. It's been popular for a lot of teams back in other regions, and it looks like Pirates are going to go for that approach instead of the Museum of Contemplation. They did pick it once, but they did lose out on it against Reject again, but now they look to switch things up a little bit. Take us to Shinshuya.
Yeah, a lot of teams like to go Convoy off of their first domination loss, and normally that makes a lot of sense, but when it's Museum of Contemplation and you're looking at Asia, that's normally the choice, and like you said, Dan, that's where Pirates always consistently lose. They don't want to go to Museum if they have the choice. Going to Shinshuya, I feel that this is a little risky just because, again, Convergence, you still have a domination point that you're going to have to win out. That didn't go well for Pirates. So if they can get past that first initial hurdle, I think the confidence levels of Pirates is going to go a lot up. But that ban draft is going to be so important here to make sure they can actually employ that.
Precisely. Zero Tenacity, they got away with the Mantis and the Loki team up. Pirates, do they want to run more of a dive composition again? But it's going to be up to how Zero Tenacity decide to figure out who they want to ban, because that Daredevil ban was insanely valuable for Zero Tenacity. Even though they were able to get away with sort of a bunker style composition, Zero Tenacity, they're going to be attacking first. Pirates choose to defend in round number 1, so we'll see how Zero Tenacity decide to use this ban draft. Do they want to favor it more so that they have the upper hand when it comes to the defensive side, or do they want to go for the more aggressive approach? Make sure they get as far as possible within this map so that Pirates, if they try to go for the attack, they're gonna have a really tough time.
Double Gambit bans early. No surprises just yet. Early reserve onto the Mantis. Zero Tenacity with Wendy made Mantis looks so powerful. It was, I mean, look, obviously, she's a strategist. Made her look like a third duelist.
The most valuable part about Mantis' kit is really that damage amplification. 12% damage boost. And if you can make it one-sided, which is exactly what Zero Tenacity are going to do, again, is going to be insane. You have that slight edge in terms of how fast you can get your ultimates. And at times, it really did feel like that. Zero Tenacity were able to cycle their ultimates time and time again. And while Pirates were trying to look for countermeasures, Zero Tenacity were just winning in that ultimate race.
Daredevil banned from Zero Tenacity. That's a big shutdown once again. We're not really seeing any major changes at all from the ban drafts, except for maybe Pirates not opting to go for the Invisible Woman and or White Fox ban. Loki ban instead,
this is
very
way better.
valuable.
This is already way better for Pirates. Take away the Loki so that you don't have to deal with the Vibrant Vitality. That proved to be the biggest issue when it came to trying to break through Zero Tenacity's defense. Not only was it the Mantis and the Loki providing a lot of that damage amplification and the healing potential, it was also Marvel. The Mantis and the Groot, that is still a very strong team up. Even if you don't have access to the Loki, you're still giving your team a lot more sustain when you compare it to the side of Pirates, because they don't have the Mantis to work with, so they're not going to be able to match that sustain. And with Zero Tenacity finalizing their ban draft, Pirates look to do the same. They're going to actually save the Vanguard Deadpool. That has been falling off a little bit as we head towards the tail end of preseason.
Now, Kaidia found a lot of value off the Van Pool, though, back in Domination. I will say, Ultron ban, even if Ultron's not the strongest strategist in the world, the fact, again, that he has that 10% damage amp is good right now for how these teams like to play. Won't be available anymore. Jerry popped off with him. Instead is relegating to the duelist role, going to a magic, attacking-wise early on. No,
there's no way. The Mantis is available. If you're not using the Mantis that you saved, you're actually trolling.
I can see a reality. I can see it.
I mean, that's what, a shout out to XXO01 there by Zero Tenacity. Shout out to Sung-Jung Woo putting on a magical show back in Araco in day one of preseason. That was a fun one to watch. I'm glad you and I were able to watch that, but yeah, we're gonna see how Zero Tenacity roll out. Soko could channel TP, and he will do just that, making sure he goes up high so that if Pirates do something cheeky, they're not gonna be able to take this Doctor Strange off the map. Soko deciding where he wants to set up this teleport. Sometimes it's up in the high ground, sometimes it's down the low ground, and Soko looks to just let the rest of Zero Tenacity bunker up down here.
Bunkered up small building, that's the ZT way. Hiding inside any sort of building that you can, not be out in the open for as little as possible. Problem though is that you're gonna have to be out in the open for this early cap. Pirates playing for the defense have a lot of verticality to work off of. Soko, who did not lose a single life, 0 KOs at all against him in game number 1, has to find a way to help keep his Groot alive, who has no shields, placing down those walls and making sure the verticality for Pirates is null and void.
I mean, Pirates are running dive again, right? Psylocke on return. Hoodie taking down Bazers. Already a great start for Pirates. Playing around this bunker-style playstyle that Zero Tenacity are running right now. Because Pirates, they want to run this dive. Return looking to find some sort of cheeky eliminations. Fun going in, trying to get some sort of line-of-sight manipulation. But with Zero Tenacity bunkered up, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but with Zero Tenacity starting to spread out a little bit, this is where Pirates' Psylocke can shine for just a little bit.
Yeah, a lot more flexibility for Return this time around, not forced into a pigeonhole of environmental control that Dominations like to have. Return again can play around the entirety of Shinshuya. Soko falls. Now it's XC2. Big, massive stagger for ZT.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Zero Tenacity decided to spread out there. They were fine running in the bunker. They were doing pretty well. But with Hoodie taking that 1v1 win against Bazer just meant that Zero Tenacity, they probably got a little bit flustered. They're like, hey, we need to actually do something. We're down a person already in this first engagement, and we need to figure out something fast. So they try to spread out, try to get as much map space as possible, I'd assume, but they just could not make it work. Return goes in with the Dance of the Butterfly, zoning away Zero Tenacity because that time is already halfway done.
I know, but I'm looking at the ult stacking from ZT right now. Initiation tool, that's going to be the Strangling in prison, sending everybody away. But in return, Aztec, sacrificial play, question mark? It's going to be Bazer and Soko, everybody in ZT fighting the nuclear option. Invisible boundary is down, sending everyone back to the spawn room. Vital does have Apex Predator set up and ready to go, but Hoodie, same with the Kumio Unleashed. Will it be used here as a denial tool? Seemingly no chance. Maybe Kumio's gonna be playing number one. Nakamoto in return. It is a mess directly onto the point early on, and I don't blame them. Pirates have to shut this down before that final tick goes by, and they fail to do so. We're in Convoy Town.
Yeah, fun switching over to the Loki so that they can use the regeneration domain to try to get themselves through the portal safely. But Zero Tenacity just shut it down quick as you like it. Great wombo combo coming in from Marvel and Eggsy with the Endsong Inferno into the Strangling Prison. Was very well used. And now Zero Tenacity, they get the first checkpoint. They want to go for the second. Pirates do have Vital with Glartrox ready to go.
Still holding on to
Vital, Vital has been pretty quiet so far. Map number 1 hasn't been the best for him. Now he's looking to get a redemption arc here in map number 2. Can he find some sort of clutch potential with this Elsa Bloodstone?
Is he just waiting for a massive funnel from ZT? It has to be conditioning where this attacking team wants to play. They're playing in these small buildings that are essentially Glartrox proof. Oh, never mind.
Trying, but there it is.
Will it work? Somewhat. It's Strangling Prison directly on top. A mess of colors everywhere. Kumio in return. Baser is there to ensure at least a few more hints of damage to deny the capabilities of the Glartrox. Didn't see a lot from it.
Yeah, Marvel is stunning up a few members of Pirates, and then Baser just goes into the Kumio Unleash and just slams down with the AoE damage. And with that, Zero Tenacity are just putting down the ultimate combos so well. Pirates, they're looking staggered. They don't know what to do, it feels like, because no one on Pirates have some sort of combo of an ultimate available. Yeah, you could argue Fun and Aztec have their ultimates, but they don't really do so well together.
No, Aztec has been a lot more of an emergency tool, using it as a displacement against ZT, especially when that combo gets close to a point, and it most certainly is. East Diva starts first, that's the Venom out inside of a building. Hoodie there for return, does take down Jerry. Strong start, visible boundary out now, massive heals, but won't last forever. Doko could return after it dissipates for maybe an Agamotto. Dancing the butterfly up and above, running away into the back line. That's one, make that 3 gone now, double KO for return.
Alright, Pirates will stabilize for the time being. Great ultimate coming in from return. Zero Tenacity tried to counter it by stacking on top of each other so that those slashes from the Cutterfly don't get the eliminations, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Zero Tenacity didn't have a strategist ultimate to go off of because Jerry got eliminated at around 84%. He couldn't get his ultimate down in time, so Zero Tenacity gonna have to hit the reset button. Pirates have a chance to get a lot of space here.
Soul Resurgence will be huge here for Jerry. On top of a bunch of other ults, Marvel's close to Strangling Prison once again. That would be a massive way of turning this back around. Kadia maybe could bring out Banhammer momentarily, but there's plenty of other ults that we need to keep our eyes on first. Endsong Inferno, Xy's way, all through the wild though. Could there be a chance now for It's Jeff? Absolutely, my friend. Waiting for that ult to come through. Fun, not long for this world. Soul Resurgence in return is gonna help break this convoy apart, nearly back in CT's claim. And through it all, more and more individual KOs remove Pirates from the equation. You're staggered again, Dan.
I mean, Pirates had a good start to that fight, putting Eggsy at low HP to force him to use the Endsong Inferno, but here comes the counter. Whoa! Oh my goodness, the Vanguards of Zero Tenacity coming up huge with all the CC, all of the damage. Maelstrom into the Strangling Prison is absolutely sublime. Zero Tenacity coming in with a bang on the second checkpoint.
Gotta give it to Hoodie though. Forcing out Kumio Unleashed and making Agamotto and the Strangling Prison used at once. That's 2 critical pieces of the arsenal ZT won't have for this next fight.
And now Pirates, look at their ultimate economy. It's so low. Fun does have the feast, but there's really not much follow-up on the side of Pirates to work off of. Fun is only going to have to use it to maybe try to find an elimination to the likes of Baser or Wendy, who do have strategist ultimates coming up very soon. And with Pirates lagging so far behind in this ultimate economy, Zero Tenacity do have so many options to work with, and there's already one of them used.
Endsong Inferno directly into the heart of the invisible boundary. Very unlucky that no impact was found. Just an initiation tool to give free space to Wendy and co. There it is though, Banhammer early on. No chance of a Strangling Prison just yet. Kumio has most certainly been unleashed. directly on top of the convoy, creating even more space for Zero Tenacity to be anti-pirates.
And that's exactly what they do, right? They use their ultimates, try to get themselves through into this third checkpoint. Aztec gets a random frag onto XZ. So that's already a good start for Pirates if they want to stabilize yet again. 15 seconds left. We're going to final fight territory.
Surely Aztec is going to keep this for overtime. No, never mind. Not going to use it for anti-convoy and instantly gets assassinated for the attempt. Not what you want to see. Zero Tenacity, though, they're not out of the woods just yet. They claim back the convoy, but they have a small meter to go before they can claim that third point. Trying to imprison Beasts of the Abyss. Every single monstrous ult brought down at once. And through it all, I'm keeping a very careful eye on Hoodie. Kumio will be unleashed. Vital will be there for Dance of the Butterfly to help create that space once again. Surely now for Zero Tenacity, Dan, they should not be able to get this third.
Yeah, I mean, Wendy is so close to the invisible boundary. It's a matter of time if Wendy's able to get it up and ready to go in time. Pirates are waiting to go for the go button. Great push, it looked like, to deny Vital from getting some sort of valuable, but they still make it work. Hoodie comes up huge. Vital and Hoodie make it a double-double as the rest of Z10 wiped out of existence. Pirates will get the hold down, and now it's their turn to match it.
Wonderful work from Pirates, finally getting their act together when it mattered most at the very end of that convoy. 2 points now, no chance for overtime. Zero Tenacity, even if they're a game up, Dan, they still have work cut out for them.
It's a matter of what Pirates decide to go for. This time around, the Psylocke is proving to be valuable. They go away from the Elsa Bloodstone. They realize, hey, this isn't working too well. Vital is looking to use it again, at the very least for this first engagement on the attack side here in round number 2. Zero Tenacity got up to 2 points, but now it's their turn on the defensive side. How does Zero Tenacity decide to go for this? Maybe they just run the exact same composition. I don't hate this
Don't fix
idea.
what's not broken, man.
Yeah, exactly. But now what do Pirates decide to go for? That's the big question here, because Pirates
for the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, they're going for the Cloak and Dagger instead of the White Fox. But Cloaky, still a very strong composition. Usually the Hoodie, if he had access to the Invisible Woman, would have most definitely have gone for that. But with the Invisible Woman banned out, you have to go for the next best option. It's going to be the Cloak and Dagger. Cloaky has been pretty strong of a strategist lineup. It might be one of the strongest 2 strategist lineups in the entire game at the current moment.
I mean, the big way to normally shut down Cloak and Dagger and or Aztec on the Loki too, right, is going to be the Magneto. We don't see that from Zero Tenacity. Maybe there's a reality where Marvel or Soko switch over and get the Meteor M set up once they identify the Cloak and Dagger. That could be a way to turn things around, but right now, the potential red carpet leading directly to the point is a huge initiation tool Pirates need to stack up.
Yeah, but as much as they want to do that, you got Soko on the Doctor Strange. That's his comfort pick. He could probably switch over to the Magneto if he wants to. But Marvel would most certainly doesn't want to go towards that option because you don't want to give up the team up between the Mantis and the Groot. So Marvel's essentially locked into playing this Groot. How do Pirates decide to approach the situation? That wall of healing is so far being so valuable on the side of Zero Tenacity, and look what's happening, because Pirates, they're looking for poke opportunities, but Zero Tenacity are just out-sustaining them outright.
Hey, no disagreements from me. The thing, though, about Marvel being on this Groot is that Soko's there for that extra protection and has to stay near his other Vanguard. A lot of openings for Zero Tenacity to have much more of their squishier players exposed. We see them inside this building, fighting up front on 2 ends. Could they find value here? Maybe. Banhammer starts off early on. There is damage amplification on the members of ZT from the hands of Jerry. Marvel does have Strangling Prison ready. That's one. It's the opposite Groot. Tree versus tree, and one falls. That's fun gone. And though top of the building return, Flank Sniper is good for chipping that damage away. Finally gets the Unsong Inferno on top of the Claw Trucks. Hello! Did not see you coming right there. Soko removes Vital from the equation. On top of that, though, Eternal Bond early on, directly onto the point. This is a way to add that pressure on the ZT once again. But Pirates are losing bodies. They've lost the Vanpool. They're soon to lose, possibly return as well. I don't see them getting healed up. A portal is out all of a sudden, and an assassination from above. Return never saw it coming.
And Pirates just cannot get a single percentage point. That fight lasted so long. Soko even committing the portal very safely, in fact. And not even using it on the point, just using it behind it instead. Because he had faith in Zero Tenacity. He knew that they're able to out-sustain Pirates. Pirates are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to look to maybe spread out and try to go for more dive attempts, more of that assassination potential. But Zero Tenacity are just looked to be locked in. There is nothing Pirates can really do right now because they're trying everything and nothing is working until Return looks to eat my words.
Dan, you were harping up on that Loki Clo composition. They swapped back to the Jeff and White Fox. That cannot be good for them.
I mean, if you're gonna try to look for different options, the first step is to maybe adjust the team composition. Aztec with the Jeff has access to the Deadpool and the Venom team up. So this two strategist backline is able to be functioned, but Hoodie needs to come up huge with this White Fox. Baser is gonna kick things off with the Kumiho Unleashed, but it's only gonna be a momentary abatement for Zero Tenacity because Pirates are going to, at the very least, hit the goal button very soon.
That's right. Look at those ults building up now. Pirates want to push the nuclear button. That's going to be Baser for 2. A double KO early on. Hoodie, who made a huge statement with the early release of White Fox, showing off what she could do so early on to our preseason group stage. It's Baser there now. Not even getting the torch pass. Stealing it away from Hoodie, it seems.
I mean, Pirates, they were starting to get themselves ready to go for some sort of engagement. And then they were like, all right, are we all ready? Oh, wait, hold on. They used the Strangling Prison. There goes all the team, and they just can't get it to go. They're counting down, and as soon as they hit the go button, Marvel's there to shut it all down. And now with Final Fight territory coming in, this is their final chance to, at the very least, try to cap this first checkpoint.
There it is. Yellow Beam, watch it down. Don't want it to go underway if you're a fan of Pirates, but it has no choice. So many ultimates available. Endsong Inferno, dance of the butterfly, destroy the innards of a building. Aztec brings out its Jeff. Yum. Where does it go? I don't see the ultimate on my screen, but it's directly onto the point. Did it steal anybody away? The answer seems to be yes. That's Zero Tenacity gone. A third tick achieved. We go to Convoy.
Vital came up huge in that team fight. Dance of the Butterfly finds Jerry. Jerry had the Soul Resurgence ready to go, but didn't want to use it because Wendy already popped the invisible boundary. But Wendy was safe. Jerry wasn't. And with Jerry not able to be there to extend that team fight means that Pirates get the first checkpoint. They get 2.5 minutes into the bank, and then Soko aggressively portals in to try to cut off Aztec, it looks like.
Look, you've already lost the convoy at the domination point at the very end of that. You almost had it in your grasp, Zero Tenacity. Now's a chance to go for the early stop. Plenty of time on the clock, even if we're not ignoring the one up above. If you can hold the distance and fight for OT, point 1, that's the way to go. D from behind, looking for the assassination. Psylocke nearly got away, but no. A quick headshot at the end sends Vital back to the spawn room. Marvel set up and ready for that Strangling Prison. It's the majority of the players are Pirates. What is that, a quad? A double? Make that a triple for the Groots.
3 get caught up by the Strangling Prison from downtown. Eggsy even going to the back line, using that off angle to catch Vital off guard. He tried to dash away, but Eggsy just flicks him down. The mechanics on this guy is absolutely insane. We've seen him pop off in past titles. He's popping off here in Marvel Rivals. And Zero Tenacity, they're looking to pick up what they lost because Pirates, they get the first checkpoint, but it looks like Zero Tenacity are just going to keep them away from the second.
And the scary thing about Pirates right now is that their most consistent factor has been ult dumps. 57 seconds left on the clock, 2 ults ready, soon to be Vitals and Aztecs. Are you going to use it all here, or do you have to wait for OT and just push the convoy as much as well? Answer's already been found. Endsong Inferno's out, Banhammer underway. Vital close to getting that Dance of the Butterflies. You are just unleashing everything one by one, forcing out ults from Zero Tenacity's side. That's Kumiho, that's Endsong. Neither one of them finding KOs or displacement. Pirates do not care. They are directly onto the point. Invisible boundary is down, and Hoodie's there to remove Z from the equation. And we've talked about how powerful he's been. Having him gone should allow Pirates to get more distance on this convoy, but I don't see him moving too much.
Nope, Soko is threatening with the Eye of Agamotto. Marvel and Soko could come up huge yet again. Here we go. The stun is only onto Fun. Marvel could follow things up with the Strangling Prison, because a lot of eyes have been focused onto Soko, maybe even a few cooldowns being invested. So here goes Marvel with the Strangling Present, does lock up Fun, so he's going to be taken down, and with 2 down with overtime coming up is already bad news. Vital's going to channel the TP.
What's going to happen with Pirates now? They don't have too many ults set up and ready just yet. They're going to have to fight neutral directly on the convoy before it sets up. That's the Kumio's job. It's been unleashed. Soul Resurgence in return. Jerry wants everything. Damage amp only into Soko. Has Exy there on top as well. Return has fallen. One big power player for damage for Pirates no longer available. Hides behind the enemy portal. Uses it to their advantage. Waits for the It's Jeff. Where is Aztec going to go? He's going to swallow up somebody. Don't see where it went, but the heals are down, and that's going to help for the convoy. It's the Kumio once more. The white fox has been unleashed directly onto the convoy. They're targeting Fun. The Venom must escape. Play for his own life. The End Song Inferno comes through, and that doesn't find much, but still, that yellow beam. Someone's got to stay onto the convoy. Who's playing for the displacement? It's one player. Recap from ZT. They take map 2.
That was an intense overtime sequence. Both sides just dumped ultimates as soon as it came online and ready to go. I got a little bit concerned for Zero Tenacity. They lost Eggsy, who was really close to the End Song Inferno, couldn't get it off in time, and then Pirates just couldn't find the extra sustain, and the rest of Zero Tenacity off of some great placement on their offensive ultimates put them over the line and are putting themselves one map closer to get themselves a date against Reject.
Something we didn't think we'd be saying going into this tournament. Elimination point now against Pirates. Not even in grand finals. We're in the lower bracket finals. Pirates had to fight tooth and nail to get to where they're at now, and so did Zero Tenacity. They've been the true wild card of this region.
I mean, shout out to Marvel going absolutely ballistic on the group. 15 final hits, 36 eliminations. These numbers make it look like he was the duelist of the team, but no, that's Groot. That's Groot, my friend. That's a really hard-hitting tree.
You talked about, too, that there might be some uncomfortability with Marvel playing Groot. Not to say that he can't play Groot, but he has a lot of vanguards that he could have lined up. But his duality with Soko has been Fort Knox in locking down the entirety of these points, dude.
I mean, what Soko can play, Marvel can also play as well, so this guy has a deep hero pool, and if Pirates are gonna figure out a way to break through what Zero Tenacity are throwing at them, Pirates just look so disjointed. They look like they've been figured out. It just looked like whatever Pirates wanted to go for, Zero Tenacity were just quicker to it. You saw in some of those engagements, Pirates were prepping for a huge hit with their ultimates to dump onto Zero Tenacity, but then Zero Tenacity, they use one ultimate and that entire plan just goes up in smoke. So Pirates, they're gonna really need to go to the drawing board because their backs are against the wall, something that we quite literally have not expected. This is a team that went on a 16-map win streak and now are putting themselves in a do-or-die scenario.
Is it a sinking ship? Has it been the last plunder of Pirates? Will they be able to dock once again? We'll have to find out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It could very well be the end of a dynasty here. Pirates, they've sailed the 7 seas, they have found many highs, and right now, plenty of lows. They have yet to win a game in the lower bracket up against Zero Tenacity, and this could very well be their last chance, Dan.
I mean, backs against the wall for Pirates at the current moment. Do or die scenario. Pirates just... I don't know how to say this, because it just feels like everyone else... I mean, everyone else just got leveled up just so much, and Pirates, I just feel like they just stagnated. They hit the peak, and then they just kind of plateaued there, like, and then everyone else just started to climb higher and higher. And in terms of this power level, it looks like Pirates are like slumping a little bit. Zero Tenacity are on the uptick, so we're just seeing that supernova of a collision in terms of how these teams fare out. We could have seen a very, very even matchup, but right now, Zero Tenacity just looked to be, I said this like way back, they just look to be 2 steps ahead against Pirates. And with Pirates going to Midtown, does that mean Pirates are gonna go less of a die composition? Because Midtown is very, very anti-die favored.
You're gonna have to think of something new, because I have bad news, Dan. We saw Reject play against Pirates and Midtown in the upper bracket. It didn't go well for Pirates. They lost 1-3.
Yeah, it looked rough. Reject, I mean, they're on a whole different level in terms of that glow up right now. But Pirates, though, I'm a little bit concerned. They came in hot, and then now they're starting to fizzle out for a little bit and Zero Tenacity. How do you keep that train going? You have to finish strong here if you want to prevent Pirates from getting any sort of comeback potential. I mean, Pirates do have that. They have a chance to come back here. It's still one more map, right? Pirates, you just have to win 3 maps and complete the reverse sweep, but
oh, you make it sound
is
so
step
easy.
1. I mean, it sounds easy, but I mean, again, with how strong Zero Tenacity are performing right now, Pirates look just ever so slightly disjointed, right? These combinations of ultimates just never came out from Pirates, whereas Zero Tenacity, they were able to sequence them well. Marvel going in with the Groot ult, XZ on the Phoenix, following it up to get some extra damage down, and that coordination on Zero Tenacity brought them over the edge over Pirates, who are just kind of just using them one at a time, just like, yeah, we're gonna use it, pray and see if it works out. Sometimes it works, but it doesn't work every time. And that's the difference between how Zero Tenacity are playing and how Pirates are playing at the current moment.
You know, the most confident we've seen Pirates so far this entire set was them on the attack side for Shinshuya. They ult dumped, what was it, 3, 4, maybe even like 4.5 leading into 5 ultimates to get onto that convoy point and take out Zero Tenacity. That confirmed the point for them. That worked. Why aren't we seeing more ult dumps?
I mean, it's just inconsistent, right? You go for the ult dumps, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We've seen it happen for Pirates. They go for the ultimate dumps, Zero Tenacity counter it well, and then Pirates are just like, all right, we that was our plan. We tried to overwhelm them with all the resources we had, and we got nothing out of it. So now what? You have nothing to rebound on. Zero Tenacity still have a beefy ultimate economy because, quite frankly, they only use like 1 or 2 to shut down what you guys did when you tried to invest 3 or 4 of those ultimates.
So you say it's the consistency, it's the lack of ult synergy. I mean, on the individual level, I feel like each of the players have done pretty well. I know maybe the Jeff is a bit of a point of concern, but we saw Wendy start rocking the Jeff towards the very end too. But Aztec on its Jeff hasn't been finding a lot of value. I mean, it feels like most of these ults have been read really well, and then just get destroyed mid-thunkenness.
I mean,
when it goes in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Pirates. I mean, Aztec is a good Jeff. Don't get me wrong. This guy is really, really good on that hero. But like this series, he doesn't look like himself right now. He goes for those It's Jeff ultimates, like you said, and he gets eliminated instantly. And Zero Tenacity, either they're reading Pirates very, very well, or Pirates themselves are starting to slump a little bit, because this is not the Aztec that we are used to. This guy is a really good Jeff. This guy's a really good Loki, but I'm not entirely sure, because something had to have gone wrong in terms of their prep going into playoffs, because one, you're the team to beat coming out of groups, everyone is figuring out how to solve your band draft, how to solve that playstyle that you guys have been doing so well. And I feel like if you want to pop off in the Pirates camp, you're gonna have to come out huge with either some clutch plays or just better team cohesion.
So let me ask you, do you think Jeff wholesale is the answer here for Aztec?
I mean, Pirates, they really love the Jeff, right? They really love
They had
putting
Cloaky available.
They do, but I mean, Aztec having the option to go for the Deadpool team up, having options to go for the Venom team up, that just provides so much flexibility in terms of how Aztec wants to pilot the Jeff. Either you will stay far back and just heal the entire team, or you go up close and personal with the dive composition that Pirates have been really trying to force. Putting Vital on the Psylocke, return if the Daredevil is available, will go for it if he so chooses to. And then the Aztec can just really, again, play far back or play up close, help out the dive with the symbiote shenanigans, tether up everyone, get the healing down. And that's what Pirates have been really doing, but again, it's just not working out for them.
Well, I'm happy to say the Keg and Dan podcast seems to be over. We're just about ready for map number 3. Hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to subscribe to the Marvel Rivals channel. We would appreciate it. And momentarily, we'll be into the bans and drafts.
I mean, I hope we didn't bore you guys.
No, we could never.
We're just dumping.
Most
Dumping our
entertaining
knowledge.
humans alive, man.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Word on the street is that Dan is going to faceplant in a cake at the end of this song. I don't know. You want to stick around?
I don't know who said that, but if you want to stick around, maybe see something crazy. Maybe see something crazy, but you gotta get those Twitch drops as well. Keep that in mind. But also, while we're yapping away here on the Asia broadcast, you also got OCE's group stage happening as well on the Marvel Rivals OCE Twitch channel. So if you want to dual wield some Marvel Rivals Ignite action, be sure to boot up that Twitch stream as well, while us going through this band draft, as Pirates have to come up with something here, because one more map loss and they are done for. They're gonna have to settle with 3rd place if they don't win this map.
Every pirate story comes to an end, but we didn't think it would come out here. They still have one chance to turn it around, though. Elsa, reserve from Pirate's side. I gotta be honest with you, man. I don't think they should be reserving Elsa anymore. I understand it's a comfort pick, but we really haven't seen Vital use Elsa at all.
No, I mean, we've seen him use it, but Zero Tenacity just shut it down completely. It just felt like Pirates weren't getting the value that they wanted with this Elsa reserve, and they now keep going to try to maybe either go for dive composition again, or maybe start to reel back. Go for a more brawly style composition that has been rising up in the end of preseason. So Zero Tenacity banning away the Daredevil means that Pirates' dive are going to be very weak, and Zero Tenacity are not going to be given access to the Strange as well.
No, Doctor Strange ban is going to hurt Zero Tenacity quite a bit. We've seen Soko absolutely pop off. I've taken a look at chat a few times, and everyone is singing the praises of Soko so much. So losing out on him, I think, is going to be a devastating start. But him rocking the Magneto, I think, could inadvertently also be a buff, just considering how strong the Meteor M can be and dictating a lot of these ult digressions.
Yeah, I mean, Pirates also have access to Cloaky, so if Pirates do decide to go that option in terms of strategist backline, Zero Tenacity have countermeasures. Soko with the Meteor M, very common in terms of shutting down that Cloak and Dagger if that Cloak and Dagger does misstep a tiny bit. Pirates, however, look at their team composition. This is very similar to what they ran back in map number 1. Hoodie on the White Fox, Aztec on the Jeff, getting access to the Deadpool and the Venom team up so that he is given so much healing in order to be facilitated inside of that 2 strategist backline, while Return and Vital on the Psylocke and the Elsa respectively means that they can dive, but they can at the very least brawl as well. So we'll see how Pirates decide to defend against Zero Tenacity, who are rolling out with the Groot Mantis team up.
Gotta say, the big change though, Return had been Wolverine originally, then swapped to the Psylocke in that domination matchup. Hopefully Return can find value here. I think His Psylocke has been a big silver lining in the Pirates matchup, taking these off angles and removing away a lot of the strategist pressure that was relatively unspoken for outside of him. So Jerry early on utilizing the environment much to his control, hoodie up above, gets these early heals. So far, just ult build up city.
Yeah, they're just poking and prodding. Kaidia will get access to the Banhammer or the big test. Depends on what he wants to go for. Is able to get backline access. When does he decide to pull the trigger is the big question. But he does put a lot of pressure on the backline of Zero Tenacity, so they're going to have to reel back. And with Pirates getting a lot of that space on the side areas means that Pirates can essentially do whatever they want, but with Marvel taking down Vital like that, that plan is going to fizzle out very, very fast.
Strong start. Unfortunately, Glarchox will have to wait. Kaidia in the back line of ZT did get Banhammer out. I believe that was on the strategists. At least has the swayment for a little bit. Zero Tenacity starting to get this convoy moving up and again, but no one's taking vertical control. Hoodie and company finding value. Jerry is gone. Jumps down below. Kumio soon to be unleashed. 80%. Aztec, it's Jeff out. Where will the shark go? Inside. Oh, inside that small room. Gonna help out well. No environmental control to go for a KO. You have to play for displacement. It's gonna be imprisonment once again. And all the Pirates seem to be strangled away.
Wow, Zero Tenacity, they get picked off by Pirates because of how Pirates were playing around the map. They don't play in the main area. They were taking over all of the side rooms and try to clamp down and restrict Zero Tenacity to, at the very least, get a hold onto the convoy. But Zero Tenacity were able to get the counter punch down. They were able to get the counter picks that they need in order to keep this convoy moving, getting closer and closer to that first checkpoint. We're going to see an ult dump to try to see who comes out on top.
Wonderful work. Dance of the Butterflies is abound. Soko does have Meteor and waiting for something. Doesn't matter. Vital's gone. Glarchox wheeled her down. Huge way of getting P1.
What is going on with Vital right now? Usually he's been popping off with the hit scan heroes. The Elsa Bloodstone has been so good for him, but either Vital is not playing to his full potential, or Zero Tenacity are just playing as a team just way better, because Pirates, again, I mean, they go for the rotational plays. They were able to take over the side rooms, but once they got closer and closer to the main area, they just got their teeth kicked in, it felt like.
Yeah, it really feels like Vital's not living up to a full Elsa potential that we've seen and hyped up the entirety of this season. Instead, it has been the Phoenix to find more wonders. Return Xe early on, duking it out across the different buildings. Can they find impact here? Phaser, maybe. Kumio has been unleashed.
Oh, double stack.
Oh no, double stack ultimates directly on top of the invisible boundary. That's truly unlucky. Aztec there eats it away. Phaser's good for sure, man. That's two gone for them. Kadia is there at least for the Banhammer. That's going to sway things more. Vital for the return factor. Two strategists now down.
I mean, good counter attack coming in from Pirates. They realize that Zero Tenacity screwed up a little bit. Baser and Wendy both popping their ultimates at the exact same time is already bad news in terms of ultimate economy. So Zero Tenacity, they're going to be missing out on some of that sustainability. And Pirates, having returned close to that Dance of the Butterfly, fun close to the feast, means that they could go for the aggressive move and get value out of it. Pirates will need to stabilize very quickly if they want to stay alive in this map number 3.
Could be an ult dump down, strangling prisons out. Zero Tenacity building up their arsenal quite a bit. Unlucky ultimate there for Marvel. Didn't really find much. Aztecs there for the trade. Jerry's gone. No more damage amp from the Mantis. I'm looking at return. That's going to be Dance of the Butterfly soon.
That Soul Resurgence gone on Zero Tenacity for a little bit, so he's going to have to speed run his way back into the site. While Xe's trying to put pressure onto the off angles of Pirates. Pirates still are not getting their ultimates in time. Return, yeah, he got to the Dance of the Butterfly, will use it immediately, but Jerry is already back into the fight. But he's not even going to be using it because Wendy's there with the invisible boundary.
There it is, no more double stack this time. Baser a little ways off from getting Kumiho unleashed. Wendy, though, invisible boundaries out, prevents any more extra damage from return post-mortem. It's Jeff is out once again. Banhammer directly on top. We're seeing Pirates find these ult dumps once again. Endsong Inferno could have gotten the KO, but Aztec just barely out of range. It leads to a Soul Resurgence. This is going to work well. None the matter, though, with the Feast of the Abyss. Doesn't find a lot of impact. Zero Tenacity, not even moving off this convoy, are geared up to take this second point.
And quick as you like it. Albeit Pirates putting up a bit of a fight there. Zero Tenacity should be able to get to the second checkpoint in
Kumio.
time. Baser will have to invest. The Kumio Unleash takes down Hoodie, who just got it. And Baser was able to get the key elimination to make sure that Pirates don't have any more sustain to work with. They will get that second checkpoint and add 90 more seconds to the time bank.
It feels like even with the ult stacked up for Pirates side, they have impact, but it's so quick, and Tenacity's recovery is so strong that it doesn't last very long. 2 minutes on the clock, there's not enough time.
They should know Pirates have the Kumio Unleash. Zero Tenacity, without any ultimates besides Marvel on the Strangling Prison, they're gonna have to find a way to either bait out Hoodie to use the Kumio Unleash, or just wait for Kumio Unleash to come out and then go for their moves. There's the Strangling Prison onto 2, but there's great peels coming in from Hoodie, and he's able to extend this fight with some extra AoE damage.
Great job on the Kumiho, forcing the peel back from Zero Tenacity. They're going to have to recall themselves just for a bit instead of for the Unsung Inferno.
We'll see how Vital decides to pilot it. Maybe use it as a safety measure, because quite frankly, there's really not many ways to use it aggressively. He's going to try to just shred down the Vanguards, go for a different vantage point up in the high ground, but Exy is still frying the backline.
Just can't take a 1v1. When Exy's on the board, that's Return, falling victim to them once again. Aztec very quick to get this It's Jeff back into the fray. Soon to be unleashed, I'm sure. Banhammer was used, but unfortunately, Kadia cannot find much.
Yep, everyone on Pirates will have to hit the reset button. Kaidia is going to have to reset and regroup with the rest of the team. Zero Tenacity are closing in onto that final checkpoint. Soko is threatening with the Meteor M. Exy is there with the Ensong Inferno. This could be a devastating combo, but here comes Return on top of Fun. There's the Wombo combo we needed to see from Pirates. That's the way to stabilize, and Pirates will finally get that team wipe that they also needed.
30 seconds left. No Doctor Strange available. No portals to use. It's a straight shot back in, and Return is now a raid boss that the entirety of ZT have to figure out how to defeat.
I mean, Soko, Exy have the Ensong Meteor Wombo combo. Return is there with a quick elimination. Wendy's gone.
That's one gone. Return wants to stack it up again. 25%. No chance for Butterfly anytime soon. From behind, no one's watching out for Psylocke. A triple for Return. Could this be a quad? It very well could be. But from behind, 2 seconds left. The journey ends here. Zero Tenacity on the attack. Overtime is out. Marvel, the only one directly onto the convoy.
No Doctor
It's
Strange.
Cat back. No Strange. No portal. No problem, says Pirates. They have found their form again, at least for this defense.
Oh, better late than never, right? Pirates finally find a way to stabilize with the Venom Psylocke Wombo combo. Feast of the Abyss to provide the anti-heal, get that percent health damage as well, and then Return goes in, slashes everyone down so that even if Zero Tenacity tried to stack together to try to even out the damage of the Dance of the Butterfly, you're just putting yourself into a situation where Fun could get a multi-man bite with the Venom ultimate, and then Return just finishes them off, cleans them up, quick as you like it, and that was where Zero Tenacity will have to finish with. They're gonna get 2 points, but Pirates, again, they're gonna have to match it, and that was the only first time we saw some sort of team cohesion in terms of ultimate synergy.
I agree, but I will add the caveat that Pirates on their defense for Shinshuya before they got that final tick, they looked pretty decent too against Zero Tenacity. But again, close quarters, old dumps, really the same thread of the story that they relied on to get that impact. I don't know if they can find the same, well, I guess impact when it comes to their attack.
I mean, yeah, you say that the ult dumps were good for Pirates, but it just felt like it was happening one after the other. Like, after one player uses an ultimate, then the next player goes. They don't really use it at the exact same time, because there were times where Return back in Shinshuya did find some key eliminations to shut down certain strategists' ultimates, but that's really where it ends. Pirates need to keep this going if they want to, at the very least, put up a fight in this best of 5 series.
Vitals back on Elsa. Have not been a fan of it this series. Exy showing, Return, gone. Like the wind. Huge work early on, full control of these upper buildings. I expect a very quick Phoenix swap.
I mean, we'll see if Zero Tenacity decide to opt for that. But for now, Vital sticking to the Elsa Bloodstone. The hero is strong, but Vital piloting the Elsa has been very, very quiet. Pirates are going to have to make all the space that they need. Return, going for a reposition. Having Hoodie at his side means that he can go and challenge those off angles, but Exy is doing just that, making sure Return doesn't get any more ground, but he's going to go for the more aggressive approach here.
Convoy slowly moves, 3 minutes left. Marvel on Captain America, no longer the group, probably expecting some sort of hard counter to the walls that he would bring. Banhammer's out though, that's against Jerry. He's going to force the dial back and play for these heals. That's going to relegate a lot of heals away from ZT's front line. They need as much as they can get here.
I feel like it's a little too late to realize this, but Marvel on the Captain America means that the Groot is not going to be available on the side of Zero Tenacity. Not quite sure what triggered that sort of pick on the side of Zero Tenacity, right? but it's working. It's working perfectly.
How you know, Return's just been running around everywhere taking off angles, and I think they assumed maybe Vital would stick to the Phoenix off the get-go and try to find those off angles as well, but right now, Pirates playing very solo, away from each other, trying to get chip damage any which way they go. Marvel's finding a lot of information off these solo fights.
And he's got the Freedom Charge to boot as well. That's 3 safety nets on the side of Zero Tenacity. 3 layers to rebound the aggressive approach coming in from Pirates. Vital does have the Apex Predator ready to go, but he needs to find the perfect mark or else he's just going to get eliminated. Marvel going in aggressively with the Freedom Charge, making sure that Zero Tenacity have the ultimate economy to work with, because after Marvel goes away, Zero Tenacity have 5 more ults to work with.
Freedom's charged away, 5 ults to work with now. Baser could be the initiating factor. We don't want to see a double stack up or triple stack up at worst case of these 3 strategists. Dance of the Butterflies is out, Soul Resurgence underway, Fun is out for the Feast of the Abyss. Try to make magic happen twice. 1 KO at the very least, it's not all for naught. Even then, ZT, a complete team wipe. A minute 20 left for the defense. They still have plenty of ults to work with.
Yeah, at the very least, Zero Tenacity are holding on to their ultimates. They still have 1 more fight. That convoy will not get to that first checkpoint in time. Pirates, they do use the Venom Psylocke Wombo combo again. Vital catches out Marvel, but that's only the Captain America. That's not the biggest target. Wendy, however, is a bigger one.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Baser here to bring out that Kumiho Unleashed. Hoodie as well has it on the
There we
arsenal.
go.
Slice and dice away, not even needing a Wolverine. That's Soko down.
That's what we want to see out of Pirates, as a quick cut to Aztec just holding down the left click on the convoy. Whereas Zero Tenacity, they tried to, at the very least, put themselves in a situation where they wanted to stall out Pirates on that first checkpoint. Wendy even using the invisible boundary, but he just gets insta-bursted, so that invisible boundary just went up for about a few seconds and then instantly gone, quick as you like it.
And the heals, though. There's only 2. It's Hoodie and Aztec holding the back line. There's 3 strats for Zero Tenacity on this defense. Kadia's good for 1. Xyz falls. That's going to be the tip of the spear that Zero Tenacity won't have available for quite a while now. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Plenty of players on ZT holding on to their ults for an unusual amount of time. And a lot of it has promoted staggering, too.
I feel like Soko's not getting the value that he wants. He's been holding on to that Meteor M for so long. Pirates just not giving him an opportunity. Yeah, I'd assume it'd be for Aztec if he does go for an aggressive It's Jeff ultimate instead of using it to reposition, but Hoodie goes in with the Kumiho Unleashed. Xy's looking for a good time to use the Ensong Inferno. Doesn't quite get the value, but I'd assume he had to use it to get that health reset down. Aztec now going in. Soko, does he use the Meteor to try to shut it down?
Plenty of ults used all at once. A flurry of colors. Absolute chaos. Soko finally gets the achievement. Aztec falls mid-ult. Don't have to worry about Jeff anymore. A minute 45 left. Potentially a Pirates run inside of preseason.
Yeah, but Xy doing what he does best, just clicks away to the back line of Pirates. They're gonna have to reset. Zero Tenacity finally stabilized. We'll take control of the high ground, but with Pirates running that dive composition without that space provided initially means that they're gonna have to navigate into Zero Tenacity's territory, and that's going to be where dive composition is going to be difficult to work with, because if you have no space, you can't run dive.
It's the belly of the beast, Dan. Vital has large rocks available, and that could be a good way to upset that stomach, but Invisible Boundary is a shutdown potential, but is it worth using to be anti-Apex Predator?
I mean, everyone on Zero Tenacity are playing up and towards the high ground. Unless Vital is able to get access to it for a quick few moments, Zero Tenacity surely aren't going to get absolutely wiped out by a single Apex Predator. Zero Tenacity spreading out like this is already perfect positioning for the Squartrox.
60 seconds left now, 45 and counting. It's going to be a matter of life or being eliminated. So much money on the line. Glartrox is out. Invisible Boundary baited out.
They burned it away. They were able to just make sure that the Glartrox doesn't get the value that they need. Wasn't able to find the insect back into the team, and Jerry going down. Finally, Vital being activated is going to be good news for Pirates. Kaidief capitalizes with the double, and Zero Tenacity just fall at the seams. Quick as you like it. Pirates get to the second checkpoint.
Minute 45 left again. Status has not changed. Pirates, potentially that amount of time left in their preseason run if they cannot make this work. But Zero Tenacity, they held on for quite a while. Pirates, though, prevailed.
And now how do Pirates decide to approach this? Returns trying to take control of those off angles, but XZ is there to mark them out. So Pirates are going to have to lose out on a few of that space. Zero Tenacity are taking control of the side rooms finally. But with Pirates having to have someone on the mission vehicle in order to try to find value, Marvel gets hiccuped a little bit. We'll find some disruption, but with the map terrain being reset, it makes it a little bit harder. XZ even takes down Aztec.
And Pirates don't have to go all the way to the end. Dance of the Butterfly is out, though. XZ escapes it, forcing out Endsong Inferno directly into the heart of the action. Finds one, return. Revenge Marvel, with the help of XZ, takes down Katie as well. 50 seconds left. Again, you do not have to go to the end. There is no overtime here. Zero Tenacity did not make it to point 3.
Yep, we're not going to see overtime, but for sure we will see an overtime scenario in the end of this second round. Zero Tenacity, keep in mind, they don't have a Strange Portal to work with, so this next fight needs to be absolutely perfect from them.
Pirates could use Strange Portal. Just a matter of seeing if it's actually going to come out or not. Vital assassinated Kumio directly on top. Fate of both worlds. This could be huge. 17 seconds left. You have to make it around the convoy. Banhammer's out once again. Return hiding in a small building. 50% up into the Butterfly. Return does it once, maybe twice. The entire strategic backline of Zero Tenacity is gone. Apex Predator brought out. Freedom Charge abound. Members of Zero Tenacity losing the fight one by one. Do they make it?
No portal means that they're going to have to walk their way back. Yeah, they're going to try to find a way to make it work. Wendy trying to use the invisible boundary. Great force physics to try to pull him into an isolated 1-versus-1, but they're not going to be able to do that. Jerry goes in, doesn't find the value. Invisible boundary does come up. Wendy goes down. Wendy is down. Goodbye to Wendy. Pirates have a chance to win this out here. Soko clutches with the Meteor M. Everyone dumping everything into the kitchen sink. Soko comes out with a double. Hoodie's there to equalize. His overtime fight is going to keep on going.
A saw coming in the sky. Hoodie for 3. Pirates, they keep it going. They're meters away, and they stay alive. 3-2. Pirates are not out of it yet.
Oh my god, Zero Tenacity, they had a chance to come back. Soko nearly clutched out in that final fight, but unfortunately it just was not meant to be. Pirates instantly shut down Jerry that was trying to stall on the Daredevil. Wendy even getting bursted out. That's crucial seconds taken away from the invisible boundary as well. And Pirates, it just seems like they just woke up, a switch flicked inside of their heads, and they just went, hey, we got one more map left before we're out. Let's just lock the hell in.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what Pirates did. Great ultimate usage as well, because that's what we were missing in those past 2 maps. Pirates finally coming up huge here in map 3.
Yeah, I mean, Aztec and Vital, Hoodie, all in those final fights, saving their ultimates, playing for just maximum amounts of disposition, forcing uncomfortable angles from Zero Tenacity. That was the name of their own game for the longest time. MVP going to Kaidia. Wonderful work going 34-4. Love seeing again him and I would say OCE's Haluk. Some of the best, most aggressive ban pools we've seen thus far. But truly, honestly to me, I think Return needs to get that MVP slot.
I mean, Return has popped off time and time again for Pirates. He has been one of those big question marks when we saw him come into the Pirates roster before preseason even started. He is a pure rookie. He has not played professionally in other titles, so he's coming in surrounded by a team full of that past title experience. and he has looked to be slotted in so well. He has at times been the main carry. Sometimes it's vital, but sometimes it's return popping off. And sometimes you gotta think, right? How do Pirates need to adjust the ban draft right now? Because Return's Daredevil is so strong, but they're still using that first save onto the Elsa Bloodstone. Do you use it on that Daredevil, or do you go for like the Mantis or something like that? Because right now, Pirates, either they need to edit the ban draft a little bit, or they just need to essentially play better.
I mean, it's a tough question. Are you banning the cause or the symptom if you get rid of the Psylocke in the ban draft? Is it worth bringing that out? The Daredevil can be super strong no matter what, but I mean, you get rid of a Psylocke, Return can play anything, man. You're still gonna have a strong player.
And we'll see if the strength of this team is able to come up huge here. Pirates a third away from a reverse sweep. Can they follow through? We'll see as we head into map number 4.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from touch. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Pirates still got a fight inside them. They're not willing to give up just yet. We're still in the lower finals, and we're going to game number, what is this now, Dan? 4?
Yep, we're already at map 4 of 5, potentially, if Pirates are able to, at the very least, put themselves in a situation where they are one step away from completing a reverse sweep against Zero Tenacity. But Pirates, I gotta give some credit to them. They actually woken up in map number 3 on Midtown. They looked way more in sync with each other. That was what we were missing back in maps 1 and 2. It was just like they were ulting one at a time. Yeah, they were ult dumping. Yeah, sure, they were winning a few of those fights, but that wombo combo potential just wasn't there. But Pirates finally utilizing the Psylocke Venom wombo combo at the very least. That's already a good step. If that's their only win con, it's better than no win con, you know?
Hey, look, even at the start of the match, we saw a lot of modifications when it came to the ban drafts. The Sogo Doctor Strange ban helped in spades. We did see a strong Magneto. Doesn't matter, though. Oh, my. Oh, my, Dan. We're going to Museum of Contemplation. The map pool is reset. Z10 gets to choose where they want to go to next. To me, this felt like a no-brainer. This was consistently the most lost map for Pirates in the entirety of playoffs.
I mean, back in the group stage, Pirates did play on the Museum of Contemplation up against Zero Tenacity, but Pirates were able to win that one back in the group stage. But now coming in here, you talked about it, right? In playoffs, Pirates weren't looking so hot on that on this map in particular. We'll see how Z10 decide to play it around this time around. The last time Zero Tenacity played against Pirates in the museum, Gambit was let through. So there was a bit of that coin flip, how do I say it? Coin flip scenario happening where if one team is able to get the Gambit ultimate faster than the other, then they would just steamroll the entire fight, and then vice versa. But with Gambit being the go-to de facto first ban throughout the entirety of playoffs, means that, does that mean that Pirates are gonna play a little bit differently? Because I'd assume so, because right now Pirates, they're gonna have to figure out how to play the museum without that Gambit pick.
I would assume they would play differently in map 2, and they didn't. They almost did in map 3, and that made me very scared, Dan. But, you know, they did clean up their act towards the end. I feel like the big pain point, and I hate to highlight it, man, but Vital on that Elsa, dude, I just do not think it's pulling into work. Even with a win like that, I think Phoenix would provide so much extra value, especially on Contemplation.
I would low-key be surprised if Pirates keep committing their first save onto the Elsa Bloodstone. I feel like the Mantis would be a little bit better if the opportunity presents itself. If you want to go for that first save, if you're able to secure that before Zero Tenacity are able to secure that Mantis one-sided, means that Pirates, either you go for the Mantis save if you want to, but maybe not the Elsa. I'd argue Daredevil would be one of the better options if you really want to secure a duelist on the first save.
I'd be down for the Daredevil. I'd be down for virtually anything but the Elsa at this point, which is, again, a sentence I never thought I'd say. We're heading straight into game number 4, though, Museum of Contemplation. Right now, Pirates need this next matchup to win against ZT for an even set, for them to have a chance to face revenge again against Reject in the Grand Finals.
Oh boy. Zero Tenacity are one step closer, but Pirates are still alive and kicking and screaming. Now we head into the band draft. This is the moment of truth. What does Pirates say? Okay.
Oh, come on.
Man. All right.
I don't know about this one. I mean, Elsa's pretty good on Museum of Contemplation, specifically on the defensive side. I think it's so good to use Glartrox just to remove anyone on that direct funnel, but, like, it's been 3 maps, man.
It's been 3 maps, and Vital has not cooked on the Elsa relatively at all. There were a few moments where Vital showed signs of life, but for the most part, it's been so quiet, and Zero Tenacity and Pirates, it's looking very similar from map 3, but Pirates, alright, final ban invested onto the Doctor Strange again to shut down Soko and that final fight potential. So, Zero Tenacity, how do you approach this? Because right now the ban draft has been nearly the same, if not the exact same from map number 3.
I imagine Strange ban here. You don't want to give such a large advantage to Pirates.
I mean, if the opportunity presents itself, you should go for it. But if there's a bigger threat at their disposal, then I mean, Zero Tenacity think that the Invisible Woman is way too big of a threat. I don't blame them.
Yeah,
they know that this Doctor Strange will go through. She is a very, very strong strategist in its own right. But man, Pirates take away the Doctor Strange. We'll see if that proves to be valuable again, because my God, it was back in Midtown.
Absolutely. No portals towards the end. A mad dash forwards. Had we seen Soko on Strange, that could have been a very different ending for that final fight.
So we head into this 4th map. It looks like Pirates do choose to attack first. That has been the common choice if you do choose the Museum of Contemplation. Very few times teams have decided to go for the defensive side. Let's take a look at what Zero Tenacity are cooking up here. Baser on the White Fox. Jerry and Marvel teaming up with that Vibrant Vitality team up. Marvel able to provide that extra sustain with the wall to provide that healing. Jerry is there as well to provide that anchor and that one-sided damage boost that they have been using quite well, honestly. In the likes of Pirates' aggressive approach, just putting up those walls, putting up the damage boost, putting up that extra healing potential. Even Baser on the White Fox to provide that extra peel to help out Zero Tenacity if they do get jumped on. But Pirates, they're going to have to facilitate this perfectly. It's going to be up to Fun to, at the very least, bait out these key cooldowns on Zero Tenacity.
Absolutely. Return should be the highlight of the show when it comes to Pirates. Great at off-angling, finding impact early on. Needs to rack up Dance of the Butterfly. Not a lot of places to go for this opening choke, but Return can make it work, playing on the front line alongside Fun. These two have worked in tandem so much throughout this entire set and throughout this entire season. Right now, working out in spades, 21%, racking up that ult. Kadia will be the first to get that banhammer down. Everybody else just playing for the ult charge.
But Kaidia is going to be there to provide that extra pressure potentially. Pirates need space, and space as soon as possible, really. Kaidia would be that first step to try to pressure the backline and force Zero Tenacity to at the very least peel and make sure that none of those strategists get eliminated, right? Pirates are going to take control of those side areas. Vital up on the left in the high ground to make sure that Zero Tenacity, if they want to go for cheeky off angles, they're not going to be able to do so. As that goes in with the Chef, it could be huge here.
Oh!
It catches up 3.
There goes the boundary wielder. That's going to be 3 vital players gone. Aztec, a worthy sacrifice. Wendy, Jerry, and Soko all gone. That's the majority. That's your entire defense gone. Does that guarantee P1?
No strange.
No strange, no portals. That should be a straight shot to P1.
I mean, I think Zero Tenacity still have time to walk on forward. Marvel even switching over to the Captain America to, at the very least, stall out on the point to make sure Zero Tenacity walk on forward, but they're so close to getting there. They're not able to get it.
Oh, unfortunate.
Oh, it's because of Glartrox. There it is.
Beautiful work. Finally, Vital coming to life. Kadia, everybody shows up in the KO feed. Pirates reborn.
Wow, Pirates. Nice ultimate usage. Aztec finally getting value on the Chef. It only took him 3 maps, but you know, again, better late than never. Vital also
That's
coming
true.
up huge with the Glartrox, preventing Marvel from stepping foot onto the site. So finally, these micro clutch plays from Pirates starting to work out in their favor. Zero Tenacity, however, they have the team cohesion. They are able to play together, but with Pirates' X Factor, Zero Tenacity need to match that.
Hey, look, if you've been watching Asia anytime this season, you know this second point on Contemplation has been a live or die moment for the majority of these teams. Vital for the opening pick. Marvel's gone. There goes the group. Kumio unleashed, and Hoodie is there for the return. It's great, though. More and more damage has been applied. Meteor M nearly taking down Hoodie's life, but it's not enough to get the final deal. Xe has Ensong Inferno, a great defensive tool, but it won't be enough to wipe out the entirety of Pirates. They're making the lead charge in. Feast of the Abyss is out. Return is there. Huge work with Dance of the Butterfly, and Marvel finally gets one.
Somehow Zero Tenacity were able to survive the Wamo combo. The win condition that Pirates have been using time and time again. The Dance of the Butterfly into the Feast of the Abyss. But that time around, Zero Tenacity were able to survive that barrage with minimal ultimates. I don't think they used a single one to survive that. Xe had to use the Ensong Inferno. But that was about it. Zero Tenacity are fine with surviving this. That is a huge fight win coming in from Zero Tenacity.
Absolutely. Now, Wendy and Bazer, they do have their ults available. The strategist ones, Vital is same. Could be Glartrox available again. It's been so good about driving people out of these small little territories. It's Jeff is there. Yum, yum, yum. That's a swallow. It does. No, it doesn't work. Soko gets assassinates Aztec.
We're back to what we saw
Silly
in
City.
past maps, but yeah, it got a little silly, but still a 1-for-1 trade overall. But it's going to be in favor of Zero Tenacity here. They're the ones with the closer spawn room right now, so Zero Tenacity will have reinforcements coming in way faster when you compare it to Pirates' spawn room. Bazer's even there with the Kumio Unleashed to try to zone away Pirates for the time being, but at the very least, Marvel is there with the Freedom Charge if he so needs to use it. But he's probably going to wait until Pirates make that first move.
Marvel has a great info tool, just the survivability of Captain America. Freedom Charge 2 to terrorize the back line and make sure Aztec cannot get any value out of his ults. Soul Resurgence is the starting point. Still Freedom Charge is available. Wendy and Co. inside a small building. Kaidia falls. That's such a great start.
Great start for Zero Tenacity. At the very least, to stabilize for a little bit. It got a little bit dicey, but Zero Tenacity are holding very well. Minute 40 left on the timer for Pirates as they look to poke and prod, wait for their ultimates to come online and ready to go. We're looking at Return on the Dance of the Butterfly to see if he's able to get the value. Xy's going to have the Endsong Inferno to try to dodge it away, so at the very least, he should be able to stay alive. Marvel goes in with the Freedom Charge as Hoodie does pop the Kumiho Unleashed, but Fun going down means that Pirates are going to have to hit that reset button.
There we go. Kumiho is out. Soko, Meteor M ready. Endsong Inferno, great initiation tool. Xe could use at any moment. But where are Pirates? They've been staggered out. Haiti again has to force back away. Xe could have found the moment to use Endsong, but wants to hold on as long as humanly possible. There's a minute left.
Return. He's looking for an angle to use the dance. Maybe he finds it, but Wendy is also there to maybe, if he finds Return dashing in, able to use the force physics to force him away. Return,
going deep.
Still waiting, potentially looking for that opportunity, but everyone on Zero Tenacity, they're okay with this. They're able to get their ultimates online, most notably Wendy on the invisible boundary.
Hey, look, Dan, if they want to prove you wrong, Large Rocks and Dance of the Butterflies and
great force physics.
Well, instead, though, it's going to be force physics pushing Return away. Dance of the Butterfly finds no value. Fun, Feast of the Abyss. Almost putting it work. Backcover is out. Kaidia again terrorizing the scratch in the backline. It forces the entire arsenal from Zero Tenacity to be unleashed. And Song Inferno, fantastic fight with no impact at all. Soul Resurgence is down. That's the contingency plan. Holding the line, ensuring that Pirates cannot get a second. We're back to overtime again. Holding it down. No ults available for anybody on the board. The closest is Baser. They could be the ones to alleviate this pressure. Assassination! Return removes the Psylocke out. And now, with a Kumiho Unleashed, you might as well use it. Displays them away. A portal is out, but it's too late.
I'm not sure where Fun was. I think he was just a few pixels out of the convoy. But Zero Tenacity, great holds coming in, able to survive the aggressive moves coming in from Pirates, especially with the Dance of the Butterfly and the Feast of the Abyss wombo combo. It just didn't work out, and then Return tried to go for the finishing KO onto the backline of Zero Tenacity, but a great force physics from Wendy was just the difference there to keep the strategist alive on Zero Tenacity. Yeah, literally saved the day. And now Pirates, you're gonna have a decent hold. At least you didn't get full held by Zero Tenacity. So at the very least, you have some leverage to work with. So you don't have to resort to things like the Atom Warlock to make sure that everyone is there as long as possible. So Zero Tenacity, though, great hold coming in. Can they match that push to push them into the grand final?
Pirates forced on the defense. It was attacked back on Midtown. Now Return, not going to be on the Psylocke and Ultron instead, putting all of their stock on that offensive presence in their defense on Vital. There's been a lot of controversy with Vital in this series. If there's a chance to shut the haters up and prove them wrong, it's got to be right now.
It's gotta be, yep, right here, right now. Aztag even gonna put the Snowflake onto Vital, I would imagine. Return putting the drone onto Vital as well. So this is gonna be a very, very supercharged Elsa Bloodstone. 10% damage boost every few seconds, mean that Vital, 1, will pump out as much damage as possible, and 2, get to that Glartrox before anyone else on Zero Tenacity are able to get their ultimates online and ready to go. Because right now, Vital is pretty much winning that ultimate race, or at the very least, matching it with Marvel and Xe.
Yeah, I gotta say, Return is doing a fantastic job racking it up as well. Rage of Ultron could be the initiation tool necessary to break this line. Marvel, though, is bouncing around everywhere. It is America versus America. One's a werewolf, one is a football player. And let me tell you, I could not tell who's going to win this one out. Marvel's creating more space at the very least, preventing off-angle potential. That's what you want to see with Fun and company on this defense directly on top of the convoy. He is terrorizing these strategists.
I mean, Fun is just checking off all the things, right? Marking the side angles and then disrupting the back line with those soft hits. Marvel and Fun are making this look like a moment from Avengers Endgame. Captain America versus Captain America. They're still fist fighting each other.
That's no elevator, Dan. But let's see, though. Oh, no. Rage of Ultron. The Glartrox are out now. This could be a big moment, a game changer, freedom charge underway, Marvel in return, immediately Rage of Ultron on top, the Glartrox wielder gets assassinated. Even with all the amplification in the world, it doesn't make a difference. Safe at the very last moment, frozen in time. Believe me, Cap knows a thing or two about that. Oh, Resurgence is out now. Damage amplification should be everywhere, and the heals are most certainly abound. It's gonna be Fate of both worlds in return. Once again, Marvel torturing this back line doesn't make a difference. Endsong Inferno also found a little bit of value, but even then, Aztec gets one. Return in return. That's gonna be XT Falls. Invisible Boundary, all these ults so early on. No one's holding on for the nuclear arsenal. It's one by one. Banhammer again. Everybody's going for everything at once. Did you know that there was a Banhammer or a Kumio Unleashed? I sure didn't. But through it all, it was everything unleashed at once. And with a minute 40 left, Dan, there's still a lot of room for ZT to get this convoy.
And now we reset back to the neutral. Pirates are able to get the hold down. Minute and a half left for Zero Tenacity. Means that they're going to have to navigate towards those ultimates at the very least in order to look for a second attempt at capturing the first checkpoint. Because if they don't, we're going to be tied to a piece, and Pirates will be one more map win away from a reverse sweep as Baser and Xe look to shut down that momentum.
It's a flurry of colors, my friend, and Kaidia again forced to run away. Is that a strategist? No, it's Vital, all alone, still ever squishy, and Jerry eliminates them. Mantis v. Elsa, a fitting description of this series. 3 meters left, 56 seconds to go, and still that convoy being held. A portal! Jerry, you are not a duelist! Does it again! This Mantis has been incredible! And could there be a Kumio soon? Might not matter, because we see the Strangling Imprisonment on top of an invisible boundary that needs to come out right now. No, it's not necessary, Dan. Even with the portal, all the Pirates have sunken ship.
Keep up the momentum.
I mean, either you wait for your ultimates to come out, or you just win them out in the neutral, and that's exactly what Zero Tenacity did. They beat down the Pirates. They take away 2 without using a single ultimate, and with that momentum, Zero Tenacity just don't look back. They keep on moving forward. Pirates try to stabilize with some ultimates, most notably the Rage of Ultron. It just wasn't enough. Zero Tenacity, off of those picks, just keep the train moving, and now we get closer and closer. Zero Tenacity have a chance to shut down Pirates right here, right now.
And look at that distance, 2.5 minutes on the clock still, and there's plenty of ults for ZT to control the entirety of Pirates and how they can dictate the rest of this match, potentially this series.
Potentially. Batmobile's rounding the corner. Zero Tenacity have a lot of ultimates at their disposal. Kaidia, thankfully, has the Deadpool ultimates. Aztec could go for the Jeff E, but that's really a more safe option, it feels like, because Aztec hasn't really found much value with that shark. He's just going to use it to reposition.
It finds nothing! Meteor M in return! Salt in the wound, Vital falls, and Aztec's confidence unfortunately may be waned. That's going to be an assassination. No, Soko only takes half of that HP off of Aztec down. Kumio has been unleashed. It's a box battle! And only one comes out the winner. That's going to go to Baser. That convoy does not have long to go. It is everything under the sun to be brought out. Strategist ults, Endsong Inferno, Face to the Abyss. What you can do, what buttons you can click needs to be brought out.
Return?
Kaidia, return! Jerry X here gone. Pirates have held the line another time around.
Oh my. They had to rise up now, and Pirates do just that. Return coming up huge, clicking down 3, and now the ultimate economy swings into Pirates' favor. There is a world where Pirates get the hold down, and we go to map number 5. Vital needs to come up insane with this Glartrox, or else Zero Tenacity could just win it outright.
This Apex Predator is everything. 45 seconds left now. Return. Trying to stack up Endsong Inferno as soon as humanly possible. A game of pokes. Get the flashes set up and ready. Aztec is on the way with its Jeff, and that could be great for the convoy at the very end of OT. 30 seconds left.
Wait,
might not seem like a lot of time. You're right. You're not. What can they do? Instead, Banhammer's out instead. Soko far away. No one's challenging this Phoenix whatsoever. Glartrox is out. And now suddenly it's a flurry of ultimates once again. Kaidia through the Banhammer. Remove
They're doing it. Oh my god, they did it.
Light is gone.
Oh my. Is there even time?
No portal?
No portal. Strange is banned. Everyone on Zero Tenacity have to make a mad dash onto the point. There's no time. 3 seconds left. It's going to go down to 0. Jerry's going to try to touch, but he's going to get taken out. We're going to map number 5.
I just cannot believe it, Dan. We are going the full distance, and it's lower bracket finals. We still have grand finals after this, and that is looking like it'll go the distance too. Wonderful work. A beautiful Glartrox to come out from Vital. He is proving the haters wrong, man. These last 2 maps have been so good for him.
I mean, the rest of Pirates, the first 2 maps just felt like a warm-up game for Pirates, right? They finally woke up. They realized, hey, we're not playing so well. We're gonna need to lock the heck in for Midtown at the very least. Maybe try to squeak out at least 1 map win. And now they get 2. They just need 1 more, and they complete the reverse sweep. Zero Tenacity. You're gonna have to start sweating a little bit because you're getting flashbacks to group stage where Pirates just ran right through you guys. So Zero Tenacity need to figure out something in terms of this ban draft as well. Do you want to commit a save onto the Doctor Strange before Pirates make the move onto it? I would imagine that would be the case, but I feel like if Pirates don't get a chance to ban out the Doctor Strange, they could just ban out the Invisible Woman that has been very, very strong in the current meta as well.
I don't know which one you'd rather go for, Dan. Even the Mantis is strong too, and there's a chance you could sacrifice that for the early protect. A lot of decisions need to be made, man, but if you're a fan of Pirates, I gotta say, you are feeling pretty good with the redemption that they just had. They lost Museum of Contemplation against Triple AD, a factor for them to go into the lower bracket. They lost it against Reject, also the reason why they went to the lower bracket. They won it against Zero Tenacity. Now we go all the way. The final game to see who can face up against Reject in the grand finals is just moments away, man.
I mean, I'm so excited. Both of these teams showing that this collision course of a banger of a matchup has ring true. I wanted this to go the absolute distance, and we got just that. I mean, Zero Tenacity coming up in swinging at the start, putting a little holes into Pirates' ship, but Pirates are able to stabilize, get the buckets, get all the water out of the ship, rebuild that boat, and then look to sail away into the sunset to get themselves onto the matchup in the grand finals. But we need 1 more map to separate these 2. And what better way than to do it with a short break as we come back and see how these teams turn out after map 5.
one more map. All the way, again, for the chance to maybe go to grand finals. It's going to be one of these teams, I can guarantee you that. Which team it is, I could not even begin to predict it anymore, Dan.
I mean, Reject are just sitting pretty, watching this entire series go down. They're getting a lot of information. Either Pirates go into the grand final or Zero Tenacity. There's a lot of tape on them, and Reject are going to have a lot of time to, at the very least, get an idea on what both of these teams are bringing to the table, because we're going all the way to map number 5. You're going to have to go deep into your playbook. Do Pirates want to whip out something crazy here? Or do they want to save it and maybe risk losing out in that grand final matchup? Because, quite frankly, Zero Tenacity also are going to think the same thing. Do you want to pull out everything in your strat book right now and show Reject that they have that plan at their disposal? Well, only time will tell, because in map number 5, the map pick goes into Zero Tenacity's favor again. What map do we go for? Because right now, the only 2 game modes we have currently is Domination and Convergence.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that if you're Zero Tenacity, you may want to opt for a domination match. I think even with the wins that we saw back in Shinshuya, it was still the most confident look that we'd seen from ZT's side. I imagine that's where they have to go next. We don't know what map it's going to be until production shows us, so it'll be a surprise for everybody. That being said, though, I think with the banned drafts, maybe the Elsa stocks have gone up a little bit more for Vital, but I think it's still that
I don't know.
a little bit by like 1 or 2 points, man, like 1 or 2.
Just a little bit, but it's just like...
it's not a monstrous lead, but just a tiny bit. It helped out a lot in that final stretch.
It's true. Vital did get 1 or 2 pretty good Elsa ultimates at the very least, but they were just zoning. They weren't really used to get eliminations. They were just really used to force
That's still use
Zero Tenacity away. Yeah, that's still value. Don't get me wrong, but it just feels like Vital could do so much more, because keep in mind, we're on the Season 7.0 patch. We're not on 7.5 yet, so
true.
those Elsa nerfs have not come through, and I hate to say it, but seeing Vital on the Elsa makes it feel like I'm on 7.5.
Ooh, ouch. You know what? That's fair. I understand. I don't know if we're going to see Elsa again for Game 5. I'm hoping, despite how good Contemplation was for them, maybe it's the Phoenix return again. I've been praying for that since the few times we did see it. But regardless of what Vital plays, that first reserve from Pirates could make or break this matchup.
I mean, I know usually at the first half of Band Draft, it's usually the same
thing,
over and over again throughout the entire series, but right here, I think they need to do something different. They have to.
Man.
Pirates, I don't think you need to save the Elsa here. I don't think Zero Tenacity really care about it too much, because they've shown that they can handle that Elsa time and time again. Even if Zero Tenacity lose out on those maps, they're able to neutralize that Elsa every single time. And if Pirates are committing resources onto the Elsa and are still getting away with wins, how does that feel for Zero Tenacity? You still feel like, hey, we can still deal with this Elsa Bloodstone. We don't really have to ban it. I mean, they're right. But after that,
Hell's Heaven.
What's next? Because right now we go into Hell's Heaven. This is a good Elsa map. Do you want to take it away? Or do you just let it slide? But really, it's onto the Pirates, right? The big question is, what are we doing with the Elsa? Are we using it or are we not? Because Pirates need to figure that out right here, right now.
That's the big question, man. Hell's Heaven's going to be a bit of an unknown factor for both these teams. Krakoa and Celestial Husk were the ones that have been played so far, for the most part, in playoffs, but Hell's Heaven's very snowball heavy, can benefit the Elsa a lot, I'll give you that, but, you know, it's also Vital's Elsa. Can't say I've been the biggest hoping factor on that so far.
And at the very least for this series, he hasn't looked too well. He does have a lot of other duelists that he can play. We've seen him pop off on the Star Wars. We've seen him do really well on the Namor at times as well, if he so needs to use that hero. But right now, that Elsa prioritization from Pirates didn't really work out in the first 2 maps. And then the next two maps, it just felt like it really wasn't Vital popping off. It was really Return. We haven't been talking about him a whole lot, but he has been quietly frying Zero Tenacity on the Psylocke, on the Phoenix. We've seen him clutch that final fight on the Museum of Contemplation with a clutch triple. And yeah, someone needs to stop Return because he's not the one being focused down.
Yeah, and look, Return, his duality with Fun Fun was instrumental. The fact that you would see Fun Fun use Feast of the Abyss, a Dance of the Butterflies right thereafter, would just stun and destroy entire teams, including Zero Tenacity. I can imagine that's going to go through again. You're not going to want to ban out the Psylocke. Maybe in a very small, minute percentage, a Venom ban could come out. I don't think Fun Fun's had the impact, as good as he has been, to be the one to focus on.
I mean, Fun Fun, also, we don't really shine a lot of light on him, but he has done a pretty good job in terms of disrupting the backline. Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of eliminations, but he's still there to provide that line of sight manipulation, go for those soft hits, try to draw out the cooldowns from Zero Tenacity so that when Pirates do go for that next engagement, that next dive move, Zero Tenacity have no way to shut it down. So now we go into Hell's Heaven. What do Pirates decide to do? Do we want to see more dive from Pirates, or do we want to see more brawl? Because right now, Pirates,
I want dive.
at times the dive has worked, sometimes it hasn't worked out. But Pirates do have brawl options at their disposal. But with the Gambit being first banned every single time, Pirates just have no chance to put Kaidia on the Rogue as well and just resort to that brawl style that they sometimes would love to go for. But with the Gambit being that ever so pressed first ban, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that ban comes on out. We are going to our final matchup of the lower bracket finals. Zero Tenacity versus Pirates. One goes home and one stays to fight against the raid boss of Reject in the grand finals. $20,000 for them on the line for the winning team. Guaranteed money already for both these teams, but everyone wants a little bit more.
Well, we're all gonna have to set our sights on what Pirates decide to say first, because this is where the moment of truth is. Do Pirates stick to the plan, or do they go somewhere else? This is where it matters. Here we go. What's the save? Come on, Pirates.
This is the moment
what you
we've
got
been
for
waiting
us?
for. Is it Elsa? Oh, it's Elsa.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Vital has found
Alright.
impact on Elsa in the last 2 or so maps, but
We're like climbing ever so slightly, like
minutely.
It's like rock climbing, right? We completed the V1,
One
now we
rock
got
at
the
a time.
V2. Yeah, exactly. But now it looks like the ban draft, for the most part, is going to be the same for the first half at the very least. Zero Tenacity will get that one-sided Mantis once again. Pirates, on the other hand, will secure Elsa one-sided. And from what we've been seeing, Zero Tenacity have been completely okay with it for the most part.
yeah, nothing too crazy thus far. Loki bans out from Pirates' side. Daredevil once again. Zero Tenacity ensures that Pirates will not be able to use it. Invisible Woman save will be good, but this does enable Pirates for a chance to go for another Doctor Strange ban.
There you go. As soon as you said it, it comes into existence. This, I believe it's pretty much the exact same ban draft. Yeah, this is looking like we're fine with that ban draft. Let's run it back. Zero Tenacity are looking to take a different approach at the very
White
least.
Fox.
We'll use the final ban to shut down Hoodie on the White Fox.
I'm not judging.
If you remember way back at the beginning of preseason, we did see Hoodie pop off and get nearly I think almost a penta on White Fox on Hell's Heaven. So
Yeah.
maybe they're thinking glimpses of that maybe. But even then, since then, Hoodie's mechanical has just gotten so much stronger on this hero. But we won't see it.
Hoodie is so good mechanically. I remember seeing him back when he subbed in on the Genji roster, at least in stage 2 of Ignite Asia. And my god, I still remember his Adam Warlock performance on Arako. Yeah, they lost out on that map, but my goodness. The aim on this guy and the awareness to go for those off-angle hits was just absolutely insane to see. And Hoodie gonna go for the Invisible Woman, doesn't have access to the White Fox. I would assume that he would have wanted to go for that over the Invisible Woman, but Invisible Woman at the very least is available. I believe Zero Tenacity did ban that hero out in the last map, so they're gonna make a minor adjustments to the ban draft. But Pirates so far, ever since taking away Soko's Doctor Strange, Pirates have been getting the upper hand, at least in the late game.
They have been. Fun's gonna go for early portal. Very snowball heavy map. You need to get as many advantages getting the displacement as you possibly can. But to your point though, Soko no longer on the Magnetos, opting to go for the Van Pool instead. We saw Soko game 1 on the last domination get 0 KOs against him, 0 deaths, and that helped out so much for the team.
Pirates are looking to spread out now, fanning away. They use the Doctor Strange portal to put themselves in an advantageous angle, forcing themselves into Zero Tenacity's territory, but Wendy is able to kick them right back out with a pick onto Kaidia.
Very strong start here, Marvel. Close to being lost out on that early KO. Not quite the case though. Soko much more active in the server this time around. Double KO to begin things off. That's what you want to see. And it could have been possibly a third. Jerry wipes out more Pirates.
Perfect bubble coming in from Soko to cut off the healing from the backline of Pirates. Hoodie was outside of that bubble, so he was not able to patty cake Aztec and return, so they both go down, and that is a convincing first fight win for Zero Tenacity.
And that was the portal investment too. Fun and company, they got early onto the site, and even then, isolated out by the hands of Soko specifically was so strong.
I mean, at the very least, the portal will come back in time if they need it in an overtime touch scenario. As Fun moves on forward, Soko overextends a little bit. But at the very least, Zero Tenacity could try to zone away Pirates with a good Rage of Ultron, as Pirates are closing in on their own ultimates.
Xy's close to getting Dance of the Butterfly as well. They want to take a page out of the Return book. Return, though, not on Psylocke. Instead, also on Ultron. Damage amps pumping in directly into Cadia and Vital is going to help out a lot. Barry does bring out that Rage of Ultron. Does not find the impact necessary, but does hold back Pirates from pushing up.
I mean, that's exactly what Zero Tenacity wanted. Force Pirates away from making any aggressive moves so that Zero Tenacity can stack up their ultimates on their end. And look what it's done for them. Exy now having the Dance of the Butterfly. Baser and Wendy have strategist ultimates. Marvel even there as that third safety net available for Zero Tenacity. And they should be able to, at the very least, survive the initial barrage of ultimates that Pirates are setting up.
Let's see, though. Invisible Boundary is out, and that'll be the beginning. Fun. Agamotto on the wayside, Return as well, but the Banhammer will come out first, and Invisible Boundary, all you have to do is wait that out now if you're Pirates, and you have a barrage. So many missiles of ultimates that you could use at your disposal. But that's Return gone. No Rage of Ultron for just a few moments. Lartrox and Fate of both worlds. More damage amp that we could see. But a Soul Resurgence of Return should nullify anything that Vital has to offer with that giant monster. Dance of the Butterflies. It's Hoodie once again, and still retaining control. We're in overtime with Return using Rage of Ultron to try to clear some kind of space. It's not looking likely.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Fun does have access to the portal. No, he's staying on the site, so him going down means that Pirates have to pick up the pieces, but they're not able to get themselves in. Zero Tenacity off a great ultimate barrage are able to force Pirates off the site and are able to hold them at bay. Zero Tenacity will complete the shutout in round 1.
I mean, it's a complete guess from my book, but it feels like a lot of Zero Tenacity's comms are macro-wide, figuring out how they're going to coordinate their ultimates, and it's making a big difference. The fact, again, that you highlighted, Barry would bring out Rage of Ultron early, dissipate a lot of Pirates from pushing in, allow the rest of ZT to rack up their ultimates, and have a barrage like Baser and Exy getting Dance of the Butterflies proved pivotal in that final fight to prevent Pirates from ever even getting a single cap.
But can Zero Tenacity do it again? They need one more round before they punch their ticket into the grand final. Whereas Pirates, they had their chance, but unfortunately, their ult dump just did not prove to be valuable. Zero Tenacity just played that to absolute perfection, using ultimates to stall out Pirates' moves, their plans at the very least, to give Zero Tenacity the room that they need in order to get those ultimates online and ready to go. But right now, as we head into this first fight, it's going to be pretty much neutral until Marvel and Jerry changes things.
Look at this reversal though. Pirates have switched around their duelists. Return now on the Phoenix and Vitals on the Psylocke for extra momentum. This could be the turnaround necessary.
Could be. Missionary opens up. Jerry and Marvel have their ultimates. Jerry kicks things off. No response on the side of Pirates, which means Kaidia going down. That domino effect is going to go into Zero Tenacity's favor in terms of eliminations.
Ultron shows his range. It doesn't help with the KO though. Bizar's there to remove Fun early on. That's going to be a strong start. And ZT are building up their ult economy. My God. Into the spawn. Pirates, this is not the way you want to go out. There has to be a moment to fight back. XE falls to the hands of the Invisible Woman. This is a good start to reel it back. DT opting only to peel just a tiny bit. They are still claiming so much extra space. But as long as Pirates can hold forwards and use this body advantage to their momentum, they have a chance to recap.
Soko?
Banhammer? Soko is in the middle of the fray. Are they trying to fan out Dance of the Butterflies early? Maybe. Aztec does get one. That's its Jeff. You get to the lava? No, not in time. Instead, feed them to the piranhas. That's Soko gone. Freedom charge in return. And Pirates have built up their arsenal again.
Yeah, Pirates have ultimates to work with. Fun going in. Dance of the Butterfly into the Feast of the Abyss. Wombo combo reigns true yet again. Phaser going down is already bad news because he was so close to that Soul Resurgence. So Zero Tenacity don't have another safety net to rely on in this initial fight. Vital going down, getting traded out by Jerry, means that Zero Tenacity still think this fight is winnable.
All those ults, and not even for a person on the point. A huge repush from Zero Tenacity, forcing all the Pirates off. Invisible boundary, just barely touching the point itself. And through it all, a massive peel from Pirates, 70%. Portal is available for this team.
Oh, this might be over already. Pirates don't have anything to work with. No ultimates means that they're going to have to find something in the neutral area. Zero Tenacity, look at their ultimates. Phaser and Jerry could easily shut this down. We're going to Final Fight Terry with Pirates having nothing.
85, the ship is sinking, holes all over. I can see the mass flowing into the water. Marvel, this has to be the last chance for Pirates to bring it back. XE takes down one. The two of the strategists are gone. Vital respawns back as a
That's
change.
it.
Portal's out.
It's over.
98%. There's no time. Pirates have been eliminated.
Wow, Zero Tenacity with odds against them are able to come out on top finally. And what better way to do it? That was a 200-0. Pirates didn't get a single point at all in that map. And Zero Tenacity are able to overcome the Strange Ban and have everyone just online ready to go. Insane ultimate management. That's really where it came down to. The economy side of Zero Tenacity was just absolutely perfect. Pirates had no response for the most part. And now Zero Tenacity are one step closer to greatness. They just need one more best of 7 to go through in the likes of Reject. And that's where it comes down to. It's going to be Zero Tenacity up against Reject. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Pirates coming in so hot in preseason don't even make it to the grand final.
Pirates were the team that everybody in the world were watching going into these playoffs. A team that had a flawless, no map lost run to make it to grand finals of MRC Season 6 for a chance to qualify for Ignite preseason. They do so in spades, have a flawless group stage, and a strong start going into playoffs. They meet their match in the upper bracket with Reject, fall to the lowers, and then lose it out to Zero Tenacity, the ultimate wild card of Asia. I just cannot believe what story we're seeing, dude.
I mean, that's there were questions coming into preseason as a whole, right? Zero Tenacity, how is this roster going to do well? Because if you're running this kind of international roster, it really depends. Either you pop off as a team or you don't. There hasn't really been that much in between. And I'm just glad Zero Tenacity are going towards the former of popping off, and now they are guaranteed second place. So they came out as the second best team in Asia out of groups, and now they're looking to at least be the second best team in Asia in playoffs. But with a revitalized Reject waiting at the throne, means that things are going to be difficult for Zero Tenacity, because Reject looked to be next level in their glow up.
We pushed all the way through. I'm at a loss for words, man. Just the fact that I think everybody expected Pirates to be at least in the Grand Championship slot, if not winning it all. The fact, again, that it was swept out from under their feet. They looked great in the process, but unfortunately, Zero Tenacity just looked a little bit better, man.
I mean, it took them a little while to figure out how they wanted to approach the ban draft, right? With Pirates taking away the Doctor Strange from Zero Tenacity, it proved to be valuable, at least in maps 3 and 4, when they wanted to go for those touches for overtime. They just couldn't get there in time. But then in map 5, I think Zero Tenacity just realized, hey, we need to win the first fight, get the capture point as soon as possible, and hold it on to dear life, because as soon as they lose it and they give Pirates the momentum, Zero Tenacity can't get back.
It's
There's
true.
no
There was
portal,
so little
no
momentum.
way. They have to walk through main. And if Pirates were able to get that first cap, there was a world where Pirates could have just taken over Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, but that was not the world we lived in, man. I thought maybe for sure you had the Doctor Strange ban against Soko. You're somewhat nerfing him. Soko swapping over away from the Magneto and getting more active in the server was something that I wasn't expecting to see, but his fan pool was nasty, dude. A lot of these replays that I'm looking at right now, they show him leading the charge, having those ban hammers underway, and he was helping out the rest of these duelists make that extra jump over to counter out Vital in return.
I mean, that's one of his best vanguards. If he doesn't get access to the Strange, if the team doesn't want him on the Strange, he could easily play the Vanguard Deadpool. We've seen him do really well in the Magneto as well, but it's really been the Deadpool that Soko has been popping off on as his secondary hero, and I am getting word that we are getting an interview.
Ooh.
And it will be none other than Baser himself. We talked to them before, and now we get to talk to them again. So Baser, oh my god, how are you feeling? Because that was insane of a best of 5.
I'm feeling incredible right now. I mean, almost got reverse swept, so we were a little nervous, but I believed the whole entire time we had it. We came in with full confidence and just fully ready, so yeah.
Well, talk to us about those nerves. What is that like when you're in such a high-octane environment? It's a position that most people in this world will never be in. How do you stay calm, cool, and collected, and eventually win it out?
I mean, honestly, just kind of a go next mentality. Obviously, you know, the map ends, you have no control over what happened. All you can do is look at what happened, talk about it, and move on and put it into play in the next map. And that's all we kept doing. And over time, we slowly figured out what we needed to fix and what needed to happen, and able to close it out on the 5th map. So very easy.
That's very nice, but I gotta talk to you, right? Pirates started to ban out that Doctor Strange in maps 3 and 4 and 5 as well. How are you guys able to navigate that? Because that hasn't happened to you yet in playoffs, to my memory at the very least.
Yeah, it's not a very common ban against us. I think it'll probably see more popularity after this matchup, of course. But I feel like that honestly wasn't really the problem. It was more of recognizing what their win condition was, and we figured it out on the last map. So yeah, that was that. Because Soko, like I said, has the Deadpool, and we're not afraid to pull it out. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it worked well in spades. We saw the Magneto for a while. It looked good, but, you know, we saw a lot of extra value from the Van Pool when it came to that final match. Talk to us about the comms, because we noticed that the ult synergy between you and Pirates was vastly different for the majority of this series. You guys would use them in tandem. You would combo them very well, and that did exist for Pirates, but not nearly at the same frequency. Was the majority of the comms based on ultimates, or was it just like general fundamentals?
Yeah, majority of it is like fight planning, calming our ults. Pirates, they just kind of all spammed Q at the same time and hoped they'd win the game. So, but for us, we, you know, we're a little bit more methodical, and you saw like how dominant it was in map 1 and 2. But then if you look back at 3 and 4, all the fights came down to 6 ults being pressed at the same time and us ending up losing. But we flipped it around on the 5th map and played an actual proper game, and we stomped them. So yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And this is my final question. I don't know if Keg has anything more to say,
good,
but you're going up against Reject. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I think we're riding this high. We're prepared, and yeah, we're excited. Gonna take first for sure. I'm feeling it. You guys gonna see me in another hour or two, whenever that is.
Another hour or two. You know what? I'm excited for it. Who knows? This might be our second interview with you tonight, or we might have a second interview with you tonight, I should say. We'll have to wait and see. Reject is a scary force. Do you have any words for Reject before we let you go?
Let us go all the way. That's all I want. Just
okay.
I want 7 maps. I want 7 maps.
Yeah.
I'm with it. Baser, thank you so much. It's a wonderful, as usual, to be here with you. Great to listen to your insights once again. And take a rest before you go and fight Reject, but we'll see you there.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Baser. Man, can you believe this is only our first series tonight, man?
We've only got 2.
That's
And one of them already went all the way. You know what? I've seen enough. Let's go all the way again. Grand finals. Let's go to map 7.
We don't need to sleep.
I mean, fun fact, right? Every single time Asia has had a grand finals, whether it be stage 1 or stage 2 back in 2025, we went all the way to map 7. Stage 1 went to map 8. Not a lot of people know that. It's not very commonly known. In Asia, we had a map 8 in the best of 7. This is I mean, I've seen it happen since the very beginning. That was already insane. A tie on Symbiote Surface in 2 Spider Islands. Yeah, why not? Let's do it again. I mean, Matsy's been talking about it too, right? Screw it. We saw map 8. Yeah, I've seen enough. Let's go to map 9. Come on.
We don't need to sleep
Let's
anymore.
just go. Let's just go.
We are riding that adrenaline. We are ready to go. We will have to take a small break momentarily. Don't go anywhere, because if you thought this was hype, we have an Omega banger lined up for you. I better see you there in chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
The moon haunts you!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've been waiting for. We are here for the grand finals of Preseason Asia for Marvel Rivals Ignite. We have Reject versus Zero Tenacity, and we get to see who gets the lion's share of $50,000 to their name. That's $20,000 in your bank account, Dan.
Either you get 20K or you come out with 10, and what better way than to settle who gets more than the other with a best of 7. We've seen best of 3s, we've seen best of 5s, but now we get to see a best of 7. So first to 4 will secure that lion's share of 20,000 bones. So both Reject and Zero Tenacity, we saw Zero Tenacity pop off in a 5-map banger and now set themselves up against Reject, who in their own right have been popping off as of late.
Yeah, I mean, look, Reject is the team we expected to have the highest hopes for heading into the preseason, and Pirates, AAAD, Zero Tenacity, they took the world and the region by storm by showing near flawless runs all the way through playoffs. But into the second week of group stage, Reject came in, they got a new coach, they put their pedal to the metal, and they've used playoffs to anti-strat and develop themselves as a cohesive unit, and it seems to be paying off because I think through the entirety of playoffs, Stan, they've dropped only a single map.
And you might be right in that aspect, but yeah, the only map that Reject lost in playoffs was against Zero Tenacity, the very opponent that they're playing against right now. Reject only dropped a singular map on the museum, so maybe Zero Tenacity decide to rebound that if they do lose out on these maps. But we have a lot of maps to go through, right? We're guaranteed 4 maps between these two teams, and now we start on Celestial Husk.
Yep, Celestial Husk, this was a matchup that we had seen Zero Tenacity go up against with Reject not too long ago. Did not go in Zero Tenacity's favor, ended up losing 0-2. However, the changes we had seen from ZT from that last Celestial Husk to the lower finals against Pirates, a lot of changes were made. But capping point, playing off-site, using those small little caves, alcoves, the squishy environment that makes up this entire land, all very helpful to use Loki and force out very disadvantageous fights against Pirates.
And we'll see how Zero Tenacity decided to play. We saw, like, you literally just put it in perfectly, right? How well Zero Tenacity play as a team. They figured out the win condition of the enemy team. I mean, Baser literally talked about it during that interview right after they won against Pirates, right? They knew what the game plan was. The win condition for Pirates, they were just going to ult dump, try to overpower everyone on Zero Tenacity and win that way. And Zero Tenacity, they knew that perfectly. They were able to rebound and come back better than ever. And now Zero Tenacity, can they use that same concept into practice once again against Reject?
I don't know, because Reject have been looking pretty malleable, and as much as Pirates enjoy as we have been all throughout the group stage and now, I gotta say, their macro looked pretty linear all throughout that last set. So, as long as Reject can keep adaptability at the forefront, and they can continue to just switch things up and keep all of Zero Tenacity on their toes, I don't know if this is going to be an easy walk for either one of these teams, man.
No, it will not be. This is set up for an absolute marathon of a series. First to 4, best of 7. Reject are coming in after watching Zero Tenacity and Pirates duke it out. Reject may need a little bit of a warm-up, but Zero Tenacity, after an intense best of 5, is there a little bit of fatigue, you would say, coming into Zero Tenacity, or do you think it's a morale boost? That's the big question. Which way do we go? Which version of Zero Tenacity will we see?
You know, there's a reality too where I understand you have a full 5 map string that you just did, but the adrenaline is pumping in your veins, man. If you have to have that 30-minute break and then go into a best of 7, that could significantly cool down the adrenaline in your body.
Oh, yeah.
You might not have the reflexes, but we'll have to find out if that's going to affect Zero Tenacity heading into Game 1. We're going to Celestial Husk, my friend.
Yep, and we started here at the beginning of this broadcast, and we're here again in the grand final. Zero Tenacity and Reject, these are two organizations that have a lot of history against each other, at least ever since back in Stage 2 of Asia in 2025. Reject came in as one of the powerhouses. Zero Tenacity were one of the newest orgs on the block at the time, and they're still playing around Eggsy. Eggsy has been with Zero Tenacity ever since Zero Tenacity entered Marvel Rivals, and Reject, they've been doing what they do best, right? Being that heavy-hitting organization, that heavy-hitting roster that has performed at the highest level throughout the entirety of 2025, and they're looking to keep that prestige in 2026. And now Reject, they've won Ignite before back in Stage 1 of 2025. They're looking to do it again here in Preseason of 2026.
Zero Tenacity building their team around Exy makes a lot of sense. Homie has been a super soldier in that last set against Pirates, finding so much value off of sometimes being the solo duelist in the fray, knocking down some of the strongest players inside of Asia. Double Mantis Reserve to start things off. We have mirrored bans.
Yep, full mirror so far. But this has been the common approach towards the tail end of Preseason. A lot of teams have been resorting towards that Mantis save. Provides your team a lot of different options in terms of how you want to pilot a composition that you think about going forward. And you also don't really reveal a whole lot. Mantis being saved means that you can go several different directions compared to saves like the Elsa.
Yeah, it's this second half that gets a lot spicier. Loki ban reserve from ZT's side goes to show again. Celestial Husk, probably going to be a case where Zero Tenacity wants to go for the pirate strat of just tapping point early and playing very far off site if they can.
Yep, I mean, Zero Tenacity played it to perfection, right? They got away with the Vibrant Vitality, so they have options to bunker down. Celestial Husk has a lot of different places where the backline can just bunker down with the Loki, with the Mantis, and utilize that synergy because, yeah, you have the team up between Mantis and the Loki, but you also got to count the Groot as well. Marvel will most definitely be playing the Groot, but Reject, think a little bit ahead there, and we'll take it away.
Doctor Strange ban, learning the lessons from the Pirates matchup. Not something they want to encounter again. Free range for Soko too. Homie was a different level when he had the Doctor Strange. Remember, the last time we saw Celestial Husk with them earlier today, Soko went, I believe, 24-0 against Pirates on this map with the Doctor Strange pick.
That shows how strong he is on that Doctor Strange. It got to a point where Pirates had to ban it out, and it worked for a few maps, but thankfully Z10 were able to rebound towards the end, because not only is Soko good on the Doctor Strange, his Deadpool is also just as strong.
That was really surprising to me. Soko, of course, has been known to play very aggressively on the Doctor Strange, but the fact that his Vanpool slotted in so well and was a big diverse matchup against Pirates, I think took that team off guard. I'm curious to see if Reject, because they got banned Doctor Strange in this map, if that's maybe something on their radar going into the future. We might have to see... Oh, you know what? I may have spoke too soon. We see the return of Soko on the Vanpool right away. No other shields with the group ban in tow. Soko doesn't feel inclined to keep that group alive with the shield. That means this is a very dive-heavy stack.
Yes, you said it perfectly. Z10 are looking to go towards the dive team comp ideology. Soko could just brawl it out for a little bit, and once he does have access to his own ultimate, which surely will be the first one to go off in this initial team fight, so does Piggy on the opposing Vanguard Deadpool of Reject. It's going to come down to when does Soko get the ultimate, when does Piggy get his as well, in order to go for that aggressive move, because as soon as Soko gets that ultimate, Z10 are going to pull the trigger.
Mirror matchups here. Marvel, of course, and Gargoyle going to be different Vanguards. Piggy gets the opening pick. That's Soko down. Barry, of course, on the Ultron will be the big difference maker. The only player in this lobby early on. Piggy finds yet another Vanguard gone.
Yep, all the Vanguards go down. Missionary opens up. Reject take it convincingly. Z10 quickly have to reset because, again, they're running a more dive-oriented composition, so if Z10 can't get the space they need in order to facilitate it, Reject could just take over because they're running a little bit more towards that brawl composition. Brownie on the Phoenix, Gargoyle is just there to, at the very least, provide some of that soft hit potential, and with Yaki there as well to help stunt the blow of Z10's dive means that Reject have so many different advantages coming in.
Yeah, a lot more brunt force when it comes to the damage front. Brownie especially. Xe has been fantastic on the Psylocke, but the majority of the KOs come out from Dance of the Butterflies. Not really a lot of big damage dealers on Zero Tenacity. You have to work as a full unit, and Reject at 50%. I'm not seeing Zero Tenacity do much other than rack up their ult points.
And Z10 are just waiting to stack up their ultimates. Maybe look for an ult dump on their own to try to overpower Reject, because that's really what Z10 have to do. Yeah, that's going to be their best bet. Soko's trying to poke them down. Doesn't have access to his ultimate for another 50 seconds. As Reject, they still have control of the site. Jerry wants to force them away.
There we go. Invisible Boundary out from the hands of the Rage of Ultron. This is good. Regeneration Domain underway. Jerry, attempting to find the site, has to play for his own survival. Unfortunately, Rage of Ultron doesn't find a whole lot, but it does start the ult fiesta. Dance of the Butterflies are out. Sunhoon falls, and Last Shorter follow up as well. Xe takes care of the entire backline strategic lineup through. As long as Xe can get that Dance of the Butterflies, retake potential is certainly there.
Perfect execution from Z10. Jerry uses the ultimate, the Rage of Ultron, to draw out Lastro's invisible boundary. And then Xe, as soon as that invis boundary goes down, he looks for an angle to go for the ultimate. Thankfully, he is able to get it just in time before Sunghun is able to counter it with the Soul Resurgence. So, insane ultimate usage coming in from Z10 once again. And they still have 2 ultimates to spare, 2 safety nets this time around for Z10, whereas Reject would look to make the aggressive move here, but Marvel kicks things off.
My big fear is that Zero Tenacity, because again, you just have the Psylocke as your main damage dealer. You really don't have a lot to fight up against when it's a big brute force fight. Yaki on the white box. You have Brownie, of course, on the Phoenix as well. A lot of those can do a lot of surprising amount of damage on an individual level. Freedom Charge was out. Marvel didn't find a whole lot. Phaser may be able to get some impact early, but with Xe falling, that's going to be a big deficit on the ult front later on.
What a sleep coming in from Wendy as well to maybe stunt the blow. Actually, that was Sunghun, excuse me. But Sunghun does have the Soul Resurgence. Baser will go down, and so does Wendy. So that's the strategist taken away. Jerry is the only person doing all the healing, but he's not going to be able to survive the sheer amount of damage coming in from Reject. Everyone on Zero Tenacity gets staggered. Reject, retake, and Soko needs to get that portal down fast if it even is going to trigger overtime, but Exi is there to at least touch.
Exi at the very last second. Soko, portal out. Exi unfortunately gone with the wind. I don't know if there's enough time and certainly not enough damage here in this matchup. Rage of Ultron's out. That'll help. Brownie undiscovered. Snipes away. Jerry, goodbye. Robot shut down. Marvel, can you find any impact? Can't even shove them away. Lastro's there to save and help out his teammate. Reject handedly take the first point.
I can't lie, both teams are playing really, really well. I mean, if it looked really convincing on the side of Reject, but Zero Tenacity had their moments as well, utilizing their ultimate economy, knowing what they had at their disposal, and having a general idea of what Reject had as well. Because when Jerry used the Rage of Ultron, they knew that if that invisible boundary was available, they certainly would have used it to counter it. And that's when Exi was like, hey, I think all they have is that Invis ulti. Why don't I just try to go in, see if I can draw out anything else, and if it's not available in time, they just get the site flip for themselves, and that's exactly what they did. But then Reject get the counter moves down with their own ultimates, and we're just able to win out in that war of attrition as well.
I mean, the big struggle for ZT in that first point was the fact that a lot of their initiation relies on ultimates. The fact that you start off 0 across the board doesn't help ZT whatsoever. They're almost guaranteeing that they need to play for that initial retake. 86% though on Exi. Keep a very careful eye on this ultimate. That's going to be the initiation tool to allow Zero Tenacity to go for first cap.
Is it going to be initiation, or is it going to be just zoning? At the very least, maybe bait. Yeah, that's probably the main move, but they're not even going to have to do it because Lastro quite literally got sidelined. Soku is going to get traded out, but with the man advantage in favor of Zero Tenacity, they surely will be able to get the site flip with the pick onto Yaki.
Wow, maybe not even needing an ult. That's a huge pick early on. Brownie is stuck. Really nowhere to go. And Sung Inferno.
He used it for the health reset, but the fight was already over. But either way,
deny the cap though. Man, they haven't fully capped because of that ult. That's ridiculous.
That is true. I thought it was a bit of a waste. I was gonna say he was gonna use it for the health reset, but that was really about it. But he's able to stall out just in time. Piggy is there to help capitalize. 1-for-1 trade overall. Wendy goes down to the depths to try to zone away Reject, and they will do just that.
Dance of the Butterflies was used up. I didn't see any marginal impact. Wendy there. It's Jeff. Yum, yum, yum. Sung-hoon reduced the bones inside the stomach of Jeff off screen. Still a cap though from ZT.
Yep, ZT will get the cap and start climbing up. Reject on the other side don't have ultimates just yet to get some sort of retake attempt down. They are going to try to invade, but they're going to just bunker down in the small room, but Zero Tenacity are quickly invading.
Big swap we haven't talked about just yet, though. Jerry swaps from the Ultron to the Daredevil to help out Exi get that extra damage down that was sorely lacking in point 1. Finally now, no longer on the Codex. This could work out well for Exi and company. Ults were used already. Sung-hoon, 92%. Where's this Soul Resurgence going to come in from? Is this going to be an initiation tool to get back in?
We'll see about that. Sung-hoon now having access to the Soul Resurgence, but Exi's caught. He is taken away. Everyone else on Zero Tenacity, oh no, where is Jerry going? Everyone on Zero Tenacity's just going in one after the other. That is not what you want to do in this scenario.
Soul Resurgence is out now. Plenty of ults getting stacked up from Reject's side. A lot of heals all over. Sung-hoon takes down Soko. That's one Vanguard gone. May force Wendy to bring out It's Jeff. Hasn't been used yet. But with the cap slowly but surely coming from Reject's side, that's going to be them taking it back over. They need 70% to match up with ZT.
I mean, Zero Tenacity are okay with this. They got 70%. They finally have to give up the site. But Zero Tenacity, they still have retake advantages as well. Brownie could come up huge with the Dance of the Butterfly to try to draw out Wendy's ultimate. But we'll see how that turns out because Jerry's kicking it off.
Wonderful work. That's the nuclear arsenal from Reject use. Dance of the Butterflies, invisible boundary for the safety net, and Piggy's there for getting Banhammer out. It's going to help out well. A Dance is out once again. Invisibility from Brownie, though, tries to get away. Still sliced and diced. But through it all, Reject still maintains their prowess. They're still on the point and they're unwilling to give it up. Forcing Zero Tenacity into a bunker. Baser from the back, has Hoodie to help out. But it's Jack. Yum, yum, yum. Who got caught? Who can be discovered? Doesn't matter because Wendy turned to sushi.
Yeah, he's gonna get cut up to several different pieces. Gargoyle is even gonna feast on this opportunity. Needs to find even more because it's only a 2-for-2 trade overall, but with Reject having the site to themselves, this is a surefire win for Reject right now.
There we go, 65%. Back into forwards. Doctor Strange is available from ZT to use that portal forwards. No shields available for ZT either. It's all on the damage front.
How does Reject navigate now? They need a way for Seung-hoon's Soul Resurge to come up and be ready to go. Zero Tenacity. They're not looking so hot in Ultimate Economy either. Seung-hoon is able to get the Soul Resurges down before anyone on Zero Tenacity are able to respond. Reject might just be able to get the second round win here as, okay, never mind. Don't even use ultis. They're just going to win it out here into neutral.
Yeah, and look at the health bars too in that engagement. Almost no HP from Reject going down at all. Forcing Phaser off, body blocking with the hands of the Vanpool. Celestial Husk handedly going in Reject's favor for game one.
I mean, this is the glow up we needed from Reject after a lackluster performance back in groups, coming in as the 4th seed when they, for a lot of people, should have been the 1st seed coming out of group stage. But now coming in to the grand finals, going on a generational run in the upper bracket here in playoffs, because that Reject have done their homework. They have gone back to the drawing board, making sure that they have the resources, they have what it takes to be that partner team to rule over the rest of the competition.
Gotta give it to them too. The confidence coming out from Reject is so sound. This is probably the most stacked roster in Asia at the very least, maybe all of Marvel Rivals, with players of past Pro League history in other games. And we're seeing a lot of individuals with big brains coming together, and at first it wasn't meshing. Even with their new coach, there were struggles, but after picking them up, getting the glue to tie them all together, that second week of group stage was a big growing moment for Reject, and they have just rocket shipped through playoffs, dude.
And they're looking to do just that with a very convincing 2-0 inside of map number 1. So we'll see what the option comes in for Zero Tenacity. They have been on the back foot before. Zero Tenacity, keep in mind, they nearly got reverse swept, so there is still comeback potential for Zero Tenacity because they are able to get some sort of map wins, but we'll see where Zero Tenacity take us to map number 2.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the response is going to be. Unfortunately, last time we did see ZT face up against Reject, there weren't really a lot of options for winning. The only time in that matchup we did see success on ZT's side was winning Museum of Contemplation in that second round. Probably where we're going to go to next if I had to take an educated guess, Dan, but I'd be curious to see how it goes. We're going to go to a small break. Don't go anywhere. Grand Finals continues on. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
This train doesn't stop, and we're continuing on forwards. We're putting more coal in the engine to see. Okay, Reject, they took map 1. This could be Zero Tenacity's time to strike back. Dan, what do you think?
I mean, there's a world where Zero Tenacity come in with a bucket of water to shut down the engine quite quickly, right? There's a world that happens. We'll see, and it starts right here, because Zero Tenacity, now they have the map picked. Where do we go in terms of map number 2? You talked about it before we went to break. Maybe it'll be Museum of Contemplation. That is the only map that Reject lost out at.
I think for sure we go to Museum. I don't have any information ahead of me. I don't have any insider info. But based on our past recollection, our note-taking, we have seen Museum of Contemplation, very big in this region, has worked well for ZT. For sure it's gotta be here, right?
Unless Zero Tenacity have been cooking up something just for this very moment. Do they throw some sort of curveball, or are we going to see something a little bit more on the predictable side? Museum of Contemplation, like you said, has been very, very popular throughout the entirety of the group stage here in the Asia region. And that's been a very, very common battleground for a lot of these teams when they miss out on map number 1.
I think, you know, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would be willing to bet, too, that Museum of Contemplation is probably also the fastest map on average for everywhere in Asia, just because most teams get stuck on that first spawn hold, or they make it past P1 and they get stuck on the bottom dip at P2.
I mean, that map in general is just pretty defender-sided. It is very difficult if the defending side gets all the momentum that they need in order to keep the attacking side at bay. I mean, we saw it several times, right? The losing team picking Museum and then picking attack first, and they literally can't get through the spawn doors. Like we've been seeing brutal museums, but there are times where we see a full push into another full push, and we go into overtime on Museum. I believe that's only happened once, and here we go. Yep.
What do you know?
We're just prophets at this point. I mean,
if
we saw this way too many times, it's gonna be the most likely outcome.
You know,
I love probability.
You know, the XL prediction, man, we can't forget about that. But you know, I think for this instance, we are prophets. That's all I'm saying. No, I mean, could have been good. Could have been bad. I mean, I wouldn't have expected ZT to make it into Grands. I'll tell you that. That threw everybody in for a loop.
I mean, it very well could have been Pirates.
Yeah.
That map 5 pretty much went down to the wire. Yeah, Zero Tenacity did shut them out both times, but Pirates did have opportunities to take over and just run away with Hell's Heaven, but unfortunately, that's not the reality we are in. It's going to be Zero Tenacity instead, challenging Reject for the preseason throne as we go to the Museum of Contemplation. We know this map very well. Everyone here in the Asia region knows this map way too well.
Just thinking about it really quick, ZT, they banned out Doctor Strange. We're heading into map number 2 in the bans and drafts shortly. Banned out Doctor Strange last. If I'm Reject, I'm probably thinking I might want to match that up a lot quicker, but what do I give up to do that?
mean, Reject were okay with the ban draft, right? They realized, hey, we gave them the Mantis and the Loki. We gotta ban the Groot at the very least to prevent the extra sustain on Zero Tenacity. Because I feel like that's one of the reasons why Zero Tenacity were able to use map number 1 to their utmost advantage way back when they played against Pirates earlier today. Because, yeah, Mantis Loki is very strong as a team up together, but then if you add Groot into the mix, the sustain potential on that team up is just so valuable. And Reject, gotta give props to them for realizing that, hey, we saw that Zero Tenacity really like to use the Groot if they're able to get the Mantis, if they're able to get the Loki as well. And Reject they were just able to navigate that ban draft to near perfection.
Hey, I think you bring up a great point. The Groot was gone. It was a struggle for ZT. I think the idea for the ban drafts for Reject now is that you go for the meta first half, and then you remove the power players of the macro strat in the second half. Strange was gone from ZT's side. That looked good. If Reject want to get rid of Groot again for contemplation, I wouldn't be against that.
First save invis for Reject, so a little bit of a stray away from map number 1. Instead of going for the Mantis, they want to get, at the very least, a stable strategist that they can always rely on. And what better way to do it for the Invisible Woman? Reject, however, will have to deal with a Mantis lock on the side of Zero Tenacity. Do Zero Tenacity force it one-sided? I wouldn't doubt it.
Wondering now if the idea for Reject will be to force out the Elsa ban. We saw that hovered for a small second. Realistically, the world is Reject's oyster. They could go for a lot of power bans here. They do so with the Elsa. Next reserve for Zero Tenacity, likely going to be it can't be Invis, maybe White Fox? No, the Loki. For sure.
Loki.
For sure.
Viper Vitality, way too strong. Reject surely respond with the Groot ban. We saw them do it last time, and it worked very well. And Reject, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Reject decide to follow through on the Groot ban, unless they think of a different threat.
No, it's got to be the Groot. And then I think Zero Tenacity and Pine will respond with a Doctor Strange ban.
Yep, Doctor Strange ban looking all but likely, but Reject are thinking very ahead. Oh, okay.
That's the biggest brain move I've seen.
All right.
I don't know what ZT's going to do now.
I mean, you can just ban other options, right? I mean, Wolverine a ban could be decent. Groot as a response, because Reject, keep in mind, they still have access to the Loki, but I mean, the Groot is good, but
You'll need a
then again, I feel like the Loki might have been a better option. But then again, this is what Zero Tenacity are cooking. They feel like the Groot is way bigger of a problem when you compare it to the Loki, because Zero Tenacity, they're thinking about running the Cloak and Dagger Loki Adam Warlock composition. So it's gonna be both the Cloaky and the how do I combine
Ladum. Okay.
Anyway, let us cook. We're gonna cook up something.
Yeah, we have to get back into the lab at that one. When it's not 4:30 in the morning, we'll come up with something creative.
Oh yeah, for sure. Give us some sleep, and then we'll go back to the drawing board here. But we're not gonna sleep just yet. We literally can't. We're in the middle of a broadcast in the grand finals, the most intense of them all. This is the beginning of the end here in Asia preseason. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Zero Tenacity have put up an insane fight against Pirates, and now coming into a best of 7 against Reject. Reject kind of just blew him out of the water in map number 1, but now coming into map 2, Zero Tenacity chose the defending side first. So we'll see how they use the Adam Warlock win condition here, as Reject want to play really fast as soon as they identify that the Adam Warlock is in the mix.
Brownie starts off incredibly hot. One of the domains, the doppelgangers of the Loki, are gone. That's going to be a huge identification mark for Reject very early. Don't think they know about the Atom just yet until they're able to see everybody on the board. Then again, though, Jerry was Ultron, was a big strategist back on Domination. This time going for the duelist marker, going to be helping out as Xe goes for the Atom instead.
Yep, Xe is going to be the one to make sure that he's, one, able to get the ultimate quick enough before Reject make any aggressive moves, and two, to stay safe once he is given access to the Karmic Revival. Great kidnap coming from Yaki to take out Soko will mean that Zero Tenacity's defense is going to have to leak on through.
Marvel has Banhammer ready to go. When's it going to rip? Is it going to destroy out the front line, or is he saving it for backline potential? Feral Leap, no last stand just yet. Being chopped down against one different player, but it wasn't enough to solidify the KO. Point one is handedly going in Reject's favor. Zero Tenacity are giving up so much space with Jerry falling.
I mean, Zero Tenacity, it feels like they were expecting some sort of hit scan composition coming out of Zero Tenacity. Wendy's able to get the Eternal Bond down. Marvel already getting taken out is already bad news. Brownie taking up to the sky, up in this high ground. It looked like Wendy was trying to shut down Brownie, but the dark teleportation is immediately punished by Yaki.
Wonderful work again. The ults have begun. Psionic Seduction from Piggy's side captures the majority of these Zero Tenacity players directly onto the convoy. Phaser caught off guard, no one around to help. Song Inferno destroys this gateway into the convoy. Reject in spades take down a triple KO, and that's point one in their favor.
Reject are ready to play, it seems. Insane counterplay, realizing that I feel like Wendy, after using the Eternal Bond, tried to, at the very least, zone away Brownie from that high ground, tried to use the cloak right click to get himself up into that elevated high ground, but just wasn't able to get there. And then Yaki just comes in out of nowhere with the Feral Leap to put him outside of his own Eternal Bond and just shut him down. And that essentially won Reject the fight. Now coming into the second checkpoint, Yaki does have the last stand. Baser, Eggsy, and the rest of Zero Tenacity will have ultimates at the ready.
Gotta wait out that regen domain, huh? Gargoyle with the Eye of Agamotto and Yaki with that last stand, as you mentioned, Dan, would be a great combo multiplier put together. Marvel's on the thing now. Clobbering time could be helpful. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing that ultimate just yet. Revive comes through, absolutely necessary. All of Zero Tenacity come back into the fray. It's needed for this secondary fight. 3 ults available, 4, soon to be 5. Phaser's going to start it up. I believe they may have selected either double revive or it's going to be Eternal Bond. Yeah, okay. Eternal
it's going to
Bond.
be a second Eternal Bond, but Baser needs to be careful. He needs to be away from Yaki. Yaki can easily displace Baser out of the Eternal Bond with the last stand or the Feral Leap. Baser, knowing this, is able to, at the very least, put himself in a very passive angle. No Magneto means that Baser can provide a little bit of leeway, but with Yaki threatening that Feral Leap or last stand means that Baser still needs to be extra careful. And so does Wendy, who does have Eternal Bond as well.
Convoys in Tenacity's control now. 4 ults available for Reject side. Gonna be the start though. Psionic Seduction and Song Inferno directly on top. So far though, this Psionic Seduction onto the convoy is gonna be a great capture tool, but the arsenal, the missiles are launching all over. That's gonna be the start with Jerry finding Endsong, but unfortunately no KO to follow through. Clobbering time for Marvel's been held for quite a while. It was near a funnel for Reject to get back on. This would be a good moment to use it.
We'll see when he decides to pull the trigger. Soonhoon pops the God of Mischief. Likely be the Eternal Bond, actually, instead of the Invisible Woman copy. Somehow Soonhoon was able to find Wendy. Wendy's able to match it with an Eternal Bond of their own, so the fight's going to be neutralized for another few more seconds. Brownie's up into the sky. Yaki even using the last stand to try to find some extra eliminations. Gargoyle even going in. And that domino effect of ultimates is proving to be valuable on the side of Reject.
Triple KO, make that a quad for the hands of Reject, getting that bus up the hill. The hardest part of this map now completely over. P3, normally not an issue for most attacking teams.
Now, how did Reject approach this next engagement? This is going to be a difficult part of the map. Doctor Strange, if you don't have the time to get the full push down, you have to, at the very least, stay inside of the boat. And that's been pretty difficult to, at the very least, get used to. That's been the weirdest gimmick, I feel like, on this entire map.
Yeah, I can see
But
that.
how does Reject decide to navigate this? How does Zero Tenacity navigate this? Because right now they are slowly losing ground.
I want to see where Yaki's going to play this out, because you have a lot of verticality for Wolverine to play around with. Usually the Psylocke will take that mantle. Not going to be making an appearance, at least just yet. Yaki doesn't have a reason to swap back around. Off the hands, though, of utilizing the psionic seduction from the hands of Piggy to help through. Makes a funnel for Yaki to again go into this building, get a triple KO, and show them who's boss.
Zero Tenacity are still running. Now they're running double shield Vanguards. But is that going to be enough? Xe even trying to match what Yaki is doing on the Wolverine, because Reject are also running double shield. So if it's double shield, you just run as much melee heroes as possible. Wolverine is going to be the best option right here, especially if you want to keep the Phoenix at the ready as well, because quite frankly, they have a team up together as well.
That's a near mirror comp now. The only difference now, Lastro on the Invisible Woman. You have the Loki. Actually, you have Loki on both sides. The Invisible Woman's going to be the difference maker. Will this be helpful, though? Xe, how do you enable him? This Wolverine needs to find the same impact that Yaki has been in spades. Speak of the devil, though, you're being chased. Xe's not long for this world. Down to the hands of the Invisible Woman. There is going to be Iron Diamond form. A smackdown ensues, and thankfully, that strategist won't be alive much longer to see the rest of the fight. Eternal Bond's out once again. That's going to be from Sung Hoon's side. Reject have a full carpet directly leading to the conflict yet again. Barrel leap into the last stand. That's Xe taking down Sung Hoon. That's going to be the end of Eternal Bond very early.
Yeah, at the very least, Zero Tenacity are looking to stabilize. Marvel's able to find Gargoyle in the tail end, so Zero Tenacity, again, being able to stabilize is already great news as we head into final fight territory, because right now there's only 37 seconds and counting. Gargoyle respawns, but does he decide to commit to the portal yet? Or does he wait until a later moment?
30 seconds, that's a hard choice to make. Can you solidify your ground enough for OT to justify not bringing out a portal? Do you have enough time to get to a portal once OT starts? These are the questions you need to ask at this level of play. Every moment counts. Jerry removes Lashro from the equation. You're down a strategist. Yeah, I'd probably portal too. We see that from Gargoyle now. 3 ults available. Brownie with the end song Inferno. Gotta be careful. That will remove you from the OT equation. But the Agamotto into a last stand? That could be huge for Yaki to utilize. Let's see how it plays out though. Jerry up and above and around. Gargoyle did his job, but unfortunately he falls. Agamotto doesn't find much. Marvel for the Meteor M. There's a psionic seduction leading the charge directly to the convoy. That yellow beam is not going to be around much longer. That's Reject for a solid 2 points.
Yeah, tough push for Reject. I mean, trying to push on that part of Museum of Contemplation is already difficult in its own right, and having overtime coming up makes it even more difficult. Zero Tenacity, thankfully, are able to stop the train of Reject pushing through, and now they at the very least deny overtime from happening inside of map number 2. So now with Zero Tenacity on the attacking side, how does Reject decide to set up for their defensive?
I mean, the mirrored core that Zero Tenacity had employed towards the end of P3, I thought was really smart. Xe onto the Wolverine was slow at first, but did find its footing after a while. The double psionic seduction from the hands of Piggy and Soko allowed, again, big initiation tool for both Wolverines to get value.
Yeah, and that's the reason why this Wolverine is so good. It's also because, quite frankly, the double shield Vanguards being so present. Surprising that both Piggy and Soko are running the Emma Frost a lot in this second map. And if shields can block projectiles, they can't block melees. And Xe and Yaki are trying to get as much value as possible, but so far it's been Yaki that immediately rolled out on the Wolverine and has already been so valuable, because Reject got up to 2 points, and Zero Tenacity, now it's their turn to try and at the very least match it.
I think the big question is, yeah, we do have the double Emma. Would you say Vanpool could be a better option?
I wouldn't doubt it as well. Yeah, Vanguard Deadpool is definitely a decent pick for both of these sides, but it seems like the Emma Frost, due to how well she is able to provide the space
for
their respective teams, means that they can do whatever they want if they're able to get the Psionic Seduction.
Bro's turning into a lunatic. He's just slashing away at everybody. Yaki the same, though. Jerry nearly got the opening KO, but That could have gone sideways very, very quickly. Brownie and Jerry have had this alternative side quest where they're just sniping each other from across the map. Opening KOs are going in Reject's favor. This is the Asia special. If you're just tuning in for the first time, what's looking like from Zero Tenacity, unfortunately, at this level of play, could be a spawn hold.
I mean, it's only a whole minute expended on the side of Zero Tenacity.
How many times have we said that, Dan?
I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, these are heavy hitting teams. These are very experienced in its own right. Zero Tenacity, they are making some heads up plays. They're going to try to play around, see what sticks. Xe will go for the minor change from the Wolverine onto the Psylocke, see if that helps them out at any given moment. Baser is there with the God of Mischief. Xe already getting value by getting a pick onto Brownie.
Yeah, it just seems like Xe is a lot less comfortable in the Wolverine than Yaki is. This Psylocke already 2 seconds into switching over is looking so much more confident. Really enjoying this. Baser, of course, brings out the ult, has a big leeway, allowing that convoy to move forwards. Invisible Boundary, though, fairly early on, not directly on top of the objective, does allow initiation to maybe have Piggy, once this ult drops, get Psionic Seduction and just drive everyone back to spawn. That's one. Laser Beam gets rid of Xe, and this overheat from Piggy's working in spades. Okay, Bubble from the mag helps out quite a bit. But now on the peel and into the repush, I'm expecting all 4 of these ults to come out.
More changes coming in for Zero Tenacity. Xe going off of Psylocke now onto the Mantis, so Vibrant Vitality will be online, ready to go for Zero Tenacity. Reject, they are looking good in this hold already. A minute 40 left for Zero Tenacity to make something happen. Wendy needs to come in with the Eternal Bond to give Z10 the space that they need to push on forward, but Jerry's already a good step forward.
Gargoyle has Meteor Am. He's waiting for Wendy to bring out that Eternal Bond. It's a trap in the making. Psionic Seduction. Can you capture this Magneto? He's far away. The snipe. Oh, it lands, but not on the right player. That's Xe, the fall, and the Eternal Bond survives.
Oh my.
Broly brought out 3K for Reject into a 4th.
All right, Reject. They get the counterplay down. Wendy tries to give space with the Eternal Bond. Soko even helping them out with the Psionic Seduction. Reject, however, were just able to quickly respond with the Psionic Seduction of their own. Sunghoon and Yaki were able to match the ultimate barrage coming in from Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity, thankfully, still have a second waves. Xe does have the Soul Resurgence, and as soon as that ultimate's expended, Baser will have his online ready to go. Wendy even switching over to the White Fox to try to help stun the blow of the dive potential coming in from Reject. Brownie going up into the skies with that Insong Inferno, maybe to try to shut down Xe. We're not too sure, but Lostro does have that invisible boundary in case things get hairy.
Need to start thinking about the Strange Portal. Piece of the Abyss, Ensong Inferno. Baser brings out what I believe is going to be a Soul Resurgence instead. No chance, no more Cloak and Dagger. Plenty of slicing and dicing all through. Yaki's looking for a way to just keep all of Zero Tenacity away from this point. And there it is. Portal from Brownie. Anything you can do to ensure that this first point does not happen. Reject has taken control. It goes back to Zero Tenacity. As I say that, shield in play, holding the line. What can this Venom do? Jerry goes for the Daredevil at the last second. Switch it up, bring the devil out, slice and dice. Yaki does it again. Soko falls, and on top of the school bus, he reigns supreme.
Sunghoon easily ends this fight with a God of Mischief, and no one on Z10 are able to respond. Reject push through and are able to full hold Zero Tenacity, and that puts Reject 2-0 in the set score here. And my goodness, the ultimate management coming in from Reject is perfect there. We said that Z10 are able to do it well in their own matchup against Pirates, but Reject are looking to do even better, especially when Reject were able to shut down some of those strategist ultimates that Zero Tenacity were trying to use for their own benefit.
It really feels like confidence is soaring for Reject. They are looking like a well-oiled machine. Every player calming so well how to use their ultimates, and most importantly, calming how they're going to place themselves even for just normal, regular fights. The synergy that we're seeing from Piggy and Yaki is next level. I am really enjoying this Emma Wolverine combo, and I hope we get to see it more.
And something worth mentioning as well on Reject's side, if you I mean, we're looking at the scoreboard. I know I feel like the audience right now isn't getting a great look at the scoreboard just yet, but
Well, they're
look
looking
at
at
the
replays.
look at the numbers on the side of Reject. Everyone is at similar numbers between 17 to 23. That just signals how much of this team is so good at playing together and making sure that whenever they go for a fight, they are always on that same page.
I mean, we always talked about how Pirates are so good about their aggression, how fast they like to approach a lot of these fights, how individualistic they can be in doing it too. But when it comes to Reject, they are just as fast, but they play together as a group. And I think that's the inkling of what made Zero Tenacity such a unique force early on, is that they caught into that much earlier in group stage than other teams. But Reject, they have mastered it above everybody else, at least so far.
I mean, that week-long break that Reject had after groups proved to be valuable.
Yeah.
They're definitely going back into the lab, making sure everything is ready to go here in playoffs. And so far, we're already speedrunning towards one hell of a grand final. It's really going to be up to Zero Tenacity if they're able to respond here, because they're losing a lot of time right now.
Yeah, speed running it, and potentially $20,000 could be in the pockets of Reject if they can just win a few more matches. We are going to go to our next matchup, but we got to take a small break. The players need to figure out what they're going to do next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The moon haunts you!
Two down, potentially two more to go, Dan. Reject
Yep.
are looking like an unstoppable force, and I don't know what Zero Tenacity can do to bring it back. We need to talk to Coach Dan and figure out what is the next step.
I mean, step one, figure out what map to go on. Step two,
Yeah.
maybe make adjustments to the band draft. As Zero Tenacity, they had access to the Mantis and the Loki twice now in this series, and they weren't able to capitalize in a map win at all.
Yeah, no, and that's been a scary factor for ZT all throughout group stage and playoffs. Having those two in their back line, damage amp out of the wazoo, plenty of strategic ultimates to use. And if you don't have those two factors and you're getting diffed on the front lines, I don't know if I have an answer for Zero.
I mean, there's a lot of question marks in terms of how Zero Tenacity wants to go for. Maybe it's a little bit of fatigue coming in after a banger of a 5-map between them and Pirates, but here in the grand finals, it just feels like Reject are just in a whole different level. It just feels like when you compare it to Zero Tenacity, at least in playoffs.
Yeah, I honestly don't know at this point. Like, it would have been cool to see a reality where maybe it was Pirates versus Reject. I feel like right now, just by seeing these last 2 matches, it probably would have been the same result. The fact that we just saw Zero Tenacity beat Pirates to get to grand finals, I think says a lot in of itself. The fact that the only map Zero has won against Reject in recent memory certainly did not win for them just now.
Nope.
I don't know if there's a path for victory anymore.
It's really going to come down to the band draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have to nail the band draft, but you also have to nail the execution. Sometimes the band draft is good. I mean, Zero Tenacity got away with Mantis and Loki, but the execution just wasn't there. Reject just felt like they were a step ahead at the very least, knowing that Zero Tenacity have maybe these ultimates, maybe they're going to use these abilities, and then Reject go for the counter move. Like we saw Yaki time and time again shut down so many Cloak and Dagger ultimates, and that's exactly what Reject need. That X factor, the clutch potential on Reject is looking so much better when you compare it to Zero Tenacity, who are playing to their playbook. They're not straying away. They're not doing anything crazy. They're just making sure that they are playing to their game plan, and usually that is the more consistent option, but you don't give yourself room to go for those clutch plays.
Look, you want to talk about being a step ahead, you're completely right, man, because we're seeing Zero Tenacity having to mirror the comps that Reject are bringing out, at least to the best of their ability without the bans, to have a chance to be in this still. What a level up from Reject side. We did get an appearance of our 3rd map. We're going to Central Park. That is scary to be in. A convergence against Reject. You've lost the domination. You've lost the convoy. Now you got a combination of the two. I'm with you, Dan, all the way, my friend. We got to see these band drafts be a superstar level from ZT.
I mean, you can only choose between convergence. If you're Zero Tenacity, you've already played on domination, you already played on convoy, and the only thing left is convergence. Every single convergence map being available except for Lower Manhattan. That's a stage 1 problem that we're not gonna deal with right now because it's still preseason. We're still on the 7.0 patch as well, so no Black Cat, none of those Elson nerfs have kicked in just yet. So anyway, stick to the present here. Zero Tenacity will choose Central Park. We're not sure what side they decided to go for in the first round. Keep in mind, even if you get the map choice, you also get the side selection choice as well, at least here in Ignite. So we'll see what Zero Tenacity decide to approach this. If they do go for the defensive side first, maybe they try to shut down some things like the Loki, the Adam, maybe even Cloak and Dagger, Invis. There's a lot of different things that are so good right now. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you just go the quote-unquote Sentinels approach of banning every single strategist in the entire game.
Hey, why not, right?
Why not? I mean, for Sentinels, it didn't work out too well. But,
here's the fork in my soup with that, right? Because Reject, you can get rid of all the strategists in the world. I'm not against that, but we've seen Reject consistently ban out this Groot from ZT. And we saw Marvel play a pretty damn good Groot in the process.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's worth leaving the Groot back in if you do?
I mean, it depends.
I'm asking, what does it depend on?
It depends on the Mantis and the Loki. The Mantis and the Loki went through for Zero Tenacity. Reject had to ban out the Groot because of that extra sustainability that Zero Tenacity could potentially have at their disposal. But it's gonna be where Zero Tenacity decide to go. We saw the Mantis and the Loki not work out, but it's too strong of a team up to give up on. So what does Zero Tenacity do? Reject are just gonna keep banning the Groot, while Zero Tenacity, if they go for the save onto the Mantis and the Loki, they're gonna be happy. But if it doesn't work out inside the map itself, it's like, I wanna swap out of this team up, but it's too good.
It's just too good. You got to be a team player. I feel like you could answer a lot of these problems for Zero Tenacity. Well, they did ban out the Mantis, so you don't have to worry about that from Reject's side. I feel like Reject could just win even harder if they ban out the Mantis against ZT.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt if Reject decided to make a little bit of an adjustment, but so far it's been working out for them. They're completely fine for the most part. It looks like dealing with the Mantis and the Loki. I mean, Zero Tenacity didn't even run it the entire map, at least on the museum. They switched around a little bit until they decided, hey, let's just go back to the Mantis Loki. We're just gonna try it one more time, see if it sticks this time around. It did for a little bit, but in the end, it just wasn't meant to be. They just kept getting full health.
Well, we're heading over to game number 3. Picks and bans soon to be. Reject, they have to get 4 wins to win the championship. Zero Tenacity, the run needs to start here if they want to have a chance to even it up 2-2, and we could go all the way to game 7.
We very well could, but the ban draft is where it all comes down to. Zero Tenacity did in fact choose to defend first, so they want to see where Reject are in terms of how well they're able to push. Reject will do the first save onto the Invisible Woman once again. So how does Zero Tenacity respond? They're going to stray away from the Mantis and go for the one-sided Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay, interesting.
All right.
I hope this doesn't turn into a pirate situation where you consistently reserve for the Elsa and it has.
Hey, I got faith in both Jerry and Eggsy to pop off on the Elsa. They're both really good at it.
Yeah, I can't argue there. Invisible Woman, I almost did. I was like, okay, we've already bashed on that player enough, but Invisible Woman banned out. Mantis is soon to follow from both sides. This next reserve, very curious what that's going to be.
Could be the Loki. Could be something else on Zero Tenacity. Could it be the Doctor Strange? Reject very well could invest a ban onto it, but no, it's looking to be the White Fox. I don't hate it. It's a good strategist option for Baser, and they will be happily taking that. At the very least, make sure that even if Reject do structure their comp towards something more towards of a dive composition, that Zero Tenacity will have countermeasures towards it, as Reject thought about the Doctor Strange initially, but no, they're gonna end up targeting Marvel once again by taking away the Captain America instead of the Groot.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the lack of Mantis goes to show you don't have Vibrant Vitality anymore, even with the Loki available. The Groot has value, but because of how vertical this map can be, I imagine Reject are likely going to be placing their duelists probably in an elevated position where Groot doesn't have much effect anyways. Curious to see what this last ban will be. It looks like Ultron will be locked in. Lack of damage amp for Reject won't be great, but it's also not a death sentence for them either. I'm definitely looking at this White Fox reserve from Baser. It has to pop off.
It really needs to. You invested a whole save. That's half of your save bank invested to make sure that Baser will get access to the White Fox. It looks like Z10 are going to look to go for the Luna Snow White Fox team up. So there is some extra crowd control and healing potential coming out from these two strategists. And we'll see what Zero Tenacity decide to roll out here on the defensive side. Marvel will get access to the Groot finally. Soko looking to roll out on the Magneto. Jerry on the Daredevil, but he's the only person going for dives. Nope, Marvel will switch. Soko will switch as well. They're just going to switch up the entire Vanguard lineup as soon as I talk about them.
Yeah, tons of swaps. We've seen the Vanpool Venom work incredibly well for ZT's side before when the Doctor Strange wasn't available. But Soko, I think this is a lot better. I'm hopeful about this. I think the Strange might be a little too, not slow, but I think just a little too linear for what needs to be employed by ZT right now. You have to be on the hunt to be anti-Yaki here early on.
Yeah, I mean, if things don't go well with the White Fox, Luna Snow backline, Wendy or Baser could easily switch over to the Jeff as well. Keep in mind, the Jeff will have access to the Deadpool and the Venom team up for Zero Tenacity at the very least. Reject, however, are looking to get some sort of isolated pick. It seems like with Yaki on the Wolverine, likely has the rocket super jump as well. So we'll see if Reject are able to find that isolated pick, but with Zero Tenacity being all spread out, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Reject to pinpoint someone isolated, but Exy will just hand an elimination over to them.
Deal to the sky early on, whip to the face, Visor falls. That's a strong start. Exy, and you have one of your strategists gone early on for Zero Tenacity, losing ground incredibly quick. There is a Doctor Strange that they could use for a very early portal, but one tick down, soon to be a second. I don't see a way this doesn't turn to Convoy.
Nope, this is almost likely going to be the first checkpoint secured for Reject. Ratatosker will be released and will move on forward. Zero Tenacity are just... It's just... They just can't get a grip of what's going on right now. Reject go in guns blazing. Finding that isolated pick onto Exy meant that Reject are just going to overpower Zero Tenacity in terms of damage. And with only now ultimates coming up online, Zero Tenacity need to make room for themselves.
Yeah, they're falling into the same trap where they may have to just rely on ult dumps to get some space back again. Not the position you want to be in. Exy is relatively close to getting Apex Predator out. Soko, of course, the Banhammer will be good for anti-frontline potential, especially with how low damage or HP a lot of these players were early on. Not even the Devil has been out so far, and Jerry's finding impact into the back line. Again, the idea is to break apart Reject, a team that bands together so well. You want to ensure that these strategists cannot keep pumping into the front line.
I mean, Lastro's invis boundary is already burned up right now. The greens are wasted on the side of Seunghun, but it's not really wasted when you're able to translate it into 2 eliminations just like that, and Reject are able to save another strategist ultimate. Marvel is trying to disrupt the backline, but with Zero Tenacity getting staggered out, it's already bad news for them.
5 ults available now. I'm so sorry, I just cannot count. 4 ults available for the side of Reject. All they have to do is use this to extend their space, and they don't have to worry about P1 anymore.
Oh,
Brownie, my god. Soko, Exy, and Visor all fall at once. Wendy could try to use its jets here to mitigate some of this aggression, but fact of the matter is that every single member of Reject are finding value on the board.
Soko channeling the portal. Surely it'll go in time, is going to put it down, and everyone on Zero Tenacity will move on forward. There's a lot of ultimates on Zero Tenacity's side. I wouldn't be surprised if it's an ult dump fight here.
There has to be. Double Kumiho is out now. It's certainly been unleashed. Gargoyle through the process. Can't allow Jerry to go for the Devil being loose.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Brownie shuts down, goes straight up, murders this Jeff by bringing out Dance of the Butterfly. And
This
that's
feels
going
like-
to key one-handedly.
This feels like Pirates when they were playing back in MRC Season 6. Nobody is able to stop Reject right now. They are on an absolute tear. Shout out to Brownie there as well with the heads-up play, knowing that Wendy is going to try to counter out the Psylocke, but Brownie was already a step ahead, and that's been the story throughout this entire series. Reject just feel like they're playing a whole step ahead, and that's already a huge advantage, but Jerry is able to, at the very least, stabilize by getting one pick, even drawing out the regen domain on the side of Reject, but Jerry needs to get himself out to safety, and he will do so.
Yeah, Jerry going in deep like that was nearly a self-sacrifice. He wanted to bring out the Devil, but unfortunately, Regen Domain made that plan impossible. Invisibility Boundary now is going to help out now. The Devil's finally loose for the front to back line. Agamotto in return, though, attempts to shut it down. Portal's in the way, shut down immediately. Through the convoy, has to go up the stairs. Reject are in such a healthy spot. They've got 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Another Agamotto into a cleanse, melting down the entirety of Reject. Exy and Jerry have wiped the board.
Hey, if Zero Tenacity are starting to fall apart, you know Soko's got your back. Huge 3-man Eye of Agamotto from Soko. We've seen him pop off with these strange ultis, and is not afraid to do it again. And with half of Reject gone, Zero Tenacity finally showing signs of life, and are able to stabilize, but they're gonna have to do it for another 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's an incredibly tough ask with very little space to go. All Reject really have to do, if they need to, play as safe as possible, gather up ults, keep ult dumping directly onto the convoy. A minute cycle should be enough to reach the end. Double ultra out though from the strats. That can be risky, but It's Jeff is just different enough to allow the heals to be diverse and maybe be worth it. But again, double strats are out now. And you don't have a lot of heals for the back line either. You have just White Fox and you have just Jeff. Invisible Woman's gone. Mantis is gone. You do have the capabilities of maybe the Cloak and Dagger here, but I don't know if that's going to help out well. You really need this Venom Jeff team up.
I mean, Baser staying on the White Fox needs to stay on it because Reject, look what they're setting themselves up for. Gargoyle now going over to the Vanguard Deadpool. Piggy onto the Captain America. Yaki Brownie going for Dive Duelist as well. So Reject are looking to make something very, very aggressive in terms of their next engagement. Zero Tenacity are gonna have to play this to perfection because Soko with the Eye of Agamotto could easily shut things down, but Yaki's already neutralized.
Yeah, Devil's out. He's just been put away. Could be the start here of another Agamotto. Soko needs to find the position to do so. The Agamotto also put away to the hands of Lastro. Never in my life have I seen a more aggressive strategist than this guy. Holy! And Gargoyle just keeps the streak on going. So much stagger now from Zero Tenacity.
I mean, Gargoyle, I don't think we've seen him play the Vanguard Deadpool a whole lot. Usually it's in the hands of Piggy, and now it's Gargoyle's turn on the Deadpool. Something we don't see very, very often as he's looking for different angles of approach, and he's able to get into the backline, is able to mark Eggsy. Lots of pressure onto the backline of Zero Tenacity, and that allows Reject to just push on forward, even climbing the stairs, getting closer and closer to Dracula's throne.
At this point, it might be inevitable to get this final point. Fate of both worlds is out. Feast of the Abyss directly on top. I don't know what can cancel what out. It's going to be It's Jeff maybe to help out, but again, a flurry of ultimates and repositions everywhere. It's Yaki to shut down Wendy's ult yet again. That's 2 in a row. Brownie's there for the isolation. Jerry's gone, losing bodies left and right, and even the Kumio cannot survive much longer inside of its ult. Massive stagger again, but at least there's not far to go from the spawn point. It's all of Zero Tenacity doing whatever they can to fight away the urge to have overtime be the win condition for this conversion time. The Devil's been let out yet again. Jerry sending people away. Brownie dancing the butterfly. Wendy's gone yet again. What has this Daredevil found? Not a whole lot for that ult cycle, but Brownie is sky high in bound, finding so much more. Toko at least gets one to help mitigate things. That's going to be Piggy running back as soon as they can. Agamotto from the sky. Kumio in return. No survivors for Zero Tenacity. And that convoy is showing no signs of slowing down. That's a clean 3-0.
Righteous Cross to finish it off. Reject get the full push down. It just felt like Reject, again, just playing at a whole different level. This is a new look of Reject. Compared to what we saw back in the group stage, this is like night and day for Reject.
Absolutely.
Holy moly, they just come in swinging, and they're at the tail end of that fight as well, just getting those isolated picks on Zero Tenacity. As soon as one player respawns on Zero Tenacity, another one falls, and then the cycle just keeps on repeating. Zero Tenacity just never had a full team of 6 for the last, what felt like 20-30 seconds of that round. And now Reject on the defensive side, knowing that they got the full push down, and they're looking confident as ever to try to shut down Zero Tenacity's push heading into round number 2.
Dude, I'm loving how Lastro's been playing. He's been finding so many impactful KOs up against Zero Tenacity, and frankly, a lot of different teams all throughout group stage and playoffs on strategists, no less. And I'm not talking Strat Pool, I'm not talking White Fox. I just, whether it be Luna Snow, just classic left click, or even Lastro's Invisible Woman doing the same, everything in their kit is just screaming damage dealing and finding the heals to go alongside it. That's a really tough prospect if you can't get consistent backline value.
Yeah, we'll see if Soko is channeling the portal. Not entirely sure if it's going off. Just nope, it's going to be held on to for just a little bit. Zero Tenacity are going to at the very least, use their first fight to run it down the main area to try to find some sort of opportunity. Jerry even going over to the Moon Knight to try to break through with the Groot Knight wombo combo with Marvel on the Groot, Jerry on the Moon Knight to try to combo their ultimates and try to break through Reject's defense.
Not often we get to see the Moon Knight at this level of play. Would be helpful here to break it open, but all I have to do is aim for the onks, and a lot of Moon Knight's effectiveness is gone. Piggy does win the 1v1 against his mirror. That's Marvel gone. A lot of those pushing tools, the initiation that ZT desperately needs right now, lost and staggered out. Toko too, taking a wealth of damage, shield broken, tries to go up above, gets that shield back, cleanse doesn't connect, and through it all, Piggy is being force-fed so many heals, keeping the whole team back.
Keep in mind on the ultimate economy on the side of both teams. Zero Tenacity, they've got ultimates at the ready. Jerry with the Hana Khonshu, but 1-for-1 trade. But Brownie is there with the Cocoon to respawn. But Brownie still has to navigate a lot more towards that Karmic Revival. Baser is even going to create space, but with Lostro out of nowhere picking Eggsy, that is a huge pick to kick things off.
And a Khonshu would be huge here for Jit. Never mind. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Okay, Gargoyle. He looked like he was going to go in deep.
Oh,
but
he's
not ready
doing
for
it again.
Agamotto just yet. Oh my lord. So much aggression. The name of the game, the name of Asia once again. Where is Zero Tenacity?
I mean, Gargoyle is just playing this Doctor Strange like he's a dive character, right? As soon as you have the maximum stacks on the Maelstrom of Madness, you just cloak yourself right into the backline and just find a pop onto the backline. Portal comes out. Gargoyle's doing the same thing, but this time he's got the Eye of Agamotto. But Wendy is there to get their backs. Regen Domain even going to be committed on the side of Zero Tenacity, so that's already a huge amount of cooldowns invested. Seung-hoon is going to immediately neutralize it with the Karmic Revival copy.
Wendy's all came out so early, though. It's not going to reach site at least nearly as much as they would hope. Exy does get a double KO early on. Jerry in return to Hana Khonshu. Good to remove this Sniper's Nest position, along with the Karmic Revival, bringing the triple strats back in, all according to plan for Reject. They knew the fact that they could overheat, not have to peel, rely on Brownie to go for that ultimate.
Yeah, and that's the problem with Reject right now. As soon as Zero Tenacity get their win condition online... No, if Reject are able to get their win condition online and ready to go, the Karmic Revival on Brownie, it's just so difficult for Zero Tenacity to navigate towards a fight win, because if they use too many of their resources, Reject can instantly neutralize it with a single ultimate. And that's exactly what Reject have been doing. Seung-hoon copies the Karmic Revival, gets a valuable resurrection. Brownie does the same with the real Karmic Revival. And now with Zero Tenacity losing out on resources, this is looking rough. Here comes their next engagement. Lostro comes up huge with the invisible boundary to try to neutralize any sort of threat on the side of Reject. Can Zero Tenacity break through?
Final Judgment's good for one. 20 seconds left on the board. Exy getting second cap. Portal. Fan hammers out directly on top of Exy. That Elsa didn't work out well for him, but now on the Punisher, this is looking like it could be a different story. 96% on Gargoyle. Has to descend down, bring up the Agamotto, and shut down the rest of Zero Tenacity for a third time. Overtime. The points are out. Yaki still alive, taking down players one by one. That's over. A double KO. Soko is gone. Wendy for the follow through. Are there any players left that can touch? There's one. Who was it? It was Jerry. Emphasis on was. That's another map win for Reject.
0, 2, 3.
I'm at a loss for words. I don't know if Zero Tenacity have a response. Reject are consistently outplaying Zero Tenacity in every single fight. Like, Zero Tenacity, they know how to identify the win condition, but it just feels like when you play against Reject, they just can't get themselves over the line. Like, they know that Reject are playing around the Karmic Revival, but Zero Tenacity just can't find a way to get through Reject's win condition. Because, quite frankly, Zero Tenacity, the best way to beat out the Karmic Revival coming in from Reject is to play insanely aggressive. Shut down the Adam Warlock as soon as you can in order to deny that Karmic Revival from coming in and putting themselves at risk of being full held. But unfortunately, that was not the case here. Reject were able to navigate the aggression coming in from Zero Tenacity perfectly in order to get that revival down.
Gotta give massive props Dan to Gargoyle, dude. He played amazingly and very, very scary. It's like at one point a solo Vanguard, it felt like just charging in on the defense for a spawn hold against Zero Tenacity. The fact that he ends this entire thing, we can see the stats, 35-3 versus Zero Tenacity, outperforming at least in that respect over everybody else. That was so good from him, dude. Him and Brownie stole the show.
Yeah, the most amount of eliminations in the entire lobby. 15 final hits.
Yeah.
15 final hits. He's a Vanguard.
That's ridiculous. Dude.
He's posting up duelist numbers, and Gargoyle going in with the Cloak of Levitation into the backline with a fully stacked Maelstrom of Madness. I feel like Gargoyle is one of the only Vanguard players that is using the Strange like this. Like, I'm telling you, ever since Strange got that change on the Cloak of Levitation, this guy can dive. And Gargoyle is showing us just that.
Whew. One last attempt coming out from Zero Tenacity. Do they have the chance to make a reverse sweep, or is Reject going to take the grand finals of Preseason Ignite 2026 a flawless victory? Let's find out. Potentially one more map just after this.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! From touch. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
The way things are going, this could very well be the final map of the Grand Finals. Reject 3-0 so far. It's a best of 7. They need one more map to claim that $20,000 of the grand prize out of the $50,000 for the prize pool of the Ignite preseason playoffs.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm worried for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah.
They have been outclassed, outplayed, outmaneuvered every single time. And it's hard to say what Zero Tenacity have to do in order to claw their way out of this rut that they have put themselves in, because Reject are looking so strong at the current moment, because again, Reject are just playing like they're the better team.
I honestly don't know what the response from Zero Tenacity would be here. It is a map reset. They can essentially go wherever they want. You had the idea, I think it was in the green room, Hell's Heaven, you thought maybe that they would go to?
I mean,
I
that's
was
where
thinking
Zero Tenacity
confrontation.
won in map number 5 against Pirates, albeit it was Pirates' map pick.
Yeah.
But
I was thinking
I mean, maybe
confrontation.
Zero Tenacity were able to shut out Pirates in that map in its own right, so I wouldn't be surprised if Zero Tenacity decide to go towards that kind of option. They know they're confident on that map, so maybe they use it to their advantage here up against Reject, who are looking so hot.
I wonder maybe if we see like a rematch of Celestial Husk. We go back to a place that's already been done. They've learned their lesson. The low key,
I
you go for
see
the
where you're
protect.
going.
Yeah, you're picking up where I'm putting
That would be pretty funny. That has been the map choice for Reject, right? Symbiotic Surface. Group stage. We're not. Let's not talk about the group stage. Let's talk about the
That's true.
playoffs, right? Playoff Reject on Symbiotic Surface has been infinitely better
That's true.
compared to what we saw on the group stage. First of all, they didn't see 9. That's already a huge step. Second step is finally pushing all the way on Symbiotic Surface. We actually got to see what the rest of the map looks like.
Yeah, I just want to see what production's going to throw at us. What could this final map be? Usually we have a pretty good idea about what we can expect, but we just gave, what, 3 completely very different answers? I don't know, man. Like, it could be anything, really.
It really could be. It really could be, because we're in map 4, right? We have already played every single game mode for the first 3 maps, so now it all resets. The only condition being that you cannot play the same exact map twice. So we're not seeing Celestial Husk, we're not seeing another Museum of Contemplation, we're not seeing another Central Park. So none of those maps will be played once again. So options like Shinshuya,
Yeah.
Symbiotic Surface, Hell's Heaven. There is a trove of options for Zero Tenacity to find a way to, at the very least, come back from what feels like an uphill battle. Almost I don't know how steep of a mountain you could even think of, because right now that's what Zero Tenacity are putting themselves up against.
And I love the way Zero Tenacity plays. Like, they're what.
Yeah.
Them, Pirates, and Reject are the most entertaining teams we have in Asia, I would say. Toko has performed wonderfully. I think the amount of just like depth in their arsenal for individual heroes has been so huge. Jerry specifically bringing out Daredevil at the end of Central Park, that was really awesome, but I don't know, man. We'll have to wait and see.
It was close, but it was not meant to be. I mean, Zero Tenacity in their own right are making a lot of adjustments on the fly as well. They're doing really well in terms of that aspect, making sure they realize, hey, this composition isn't working. We need to find something else to try to break through what Reject are throwing at us. And they've been trying their best. I got to give them credit to that in that aspect, right? Zero Tenacity are still being tenacious in terms of what they want to do to try to, at the very least, find one fight win and then maybe try to translate that into even more fight wins.
I just want to know where production's going to show that they're going to take us.
The
Because
suspense is killing me.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect anymore.
I don't know, but I'm excited to see wherever Zero Tenacity take us, because again, the game modes are reset.
Yeah.
Reject are 1 map away from what feels like a generational run in terms of that glow up that they've had, because coming out of groups as the 4th seed already ruined everyone's predictions. And now coming into playoffs, everyone thought Reject were done for. They were cooked. They were not gonna pop off like they used to back in 2025. But lo and behold, Reject are back, and they ruined everyone's predictions again.
I mean, on a selfish note, I just want my 20% spray, dude. I think I can get it, but I mean, otherwise, Reject has made it pretty tough to maybe get that.
I mean, there's a lot of people out there that want the title. I know a lot of the casters that we're working with throughout the entirety of Ignite season all really want that title. And if these professional teams are going to keep doing the funny called ruin everyone's predictions...
Teams have a good habit of doing that to us.
Sometimes I wonder how many people are actually going to get that title.
I have no idea, dude. Probably not that many, but we're going to find out momentarily. Still waiting for all the players to get into the lobby, get ourselves set up for what could very well be the final map of this tournament. It's crazy to think that after this, we have OCE, and then it's stage 1.
I mean, we've got some crazy news over in OCE, right?
Oh, do tell.
What Group B in OCE? Guess what? They ended in a 3-way tie. Everything is the same. The match score is the same. Even the map differential is the same. Which means I believe they're gonna have to play even more games. So that's gonna be scheduled at some point, I believe, next week. I would assume so, but that information is still unknown at the current moment. But a 3-way tie in OCE? Not even OCE is safe. Oh my god. I'm a prophet. We're going to Hell's Heaven. Bang on.
I'm shocked we go to Hell's Heaven, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Like, it's like default central for domination maps. Sure. The fact that we go here and I don't know where we would go, but I wasn't expecting Hell's Heaven, man.
I mean, if Zero Tenacity were able to win convincingly against Pirates in their last specified matchup on Hell's Heaven, so be it. I mean, Zero Tenacity are comfortable. They're clearly comfortable with Hell's Heaven, so they're okay with booting up Hydra's hideout for what could be the final map of the entirety of Preseason Asia.
I can't believe we made it this far, man. And here it is. What could very well be the final map, my guy.
This is...
Final band drafts. And Zero Tenacity, they better play the hell out of it, dude. We got to see a perfect draft. Here we go. Hell's Heaven, the final matchup. Possibly between Reject and Zero Tenacity. Will this be a flawless run, or is this the beginning of a comeback?
I would hope something clicks on the camp of Zero Tenacity. And what better way to start it than here in the band draft, because Zero Tenacity, a lot of adjustments need to be made. They did it inside the game itself, but can they find the right adjustments in the band draft here? Because we all know that games can be won or lost right here before they even actually play the actual video game. But for now,
video game.
Band draft does begin. Gambit Mirror Band, so far, relatively the same. Reject will still invest the first save onto the Invisible Woman, which hasn't gone punished at all.
No, not whatsoever. Invisible Woman and the strategic backline for Reject have mostly remained untouched. And because they're dumping HP into the front line, especially the Vanguards, Zero Tenacity have yet to find a way to consistently break through outside of ult dumping. Even with the damage amps off the table, Dan, it really hasn't made a big difference. It's just stemming the bleeding.
Yeah, that you put it perfectly, just stemming the bleeding. Damage amplification is always nice, but it's gotten to a point where it's really just a complement to what you want to work with. Oh, whoa. Zero Tenacity just flashed the Doctor Strange for a little bit. Now Reject, they're doing the same thing. Oh, okay. All right.
Portals.
No portal combat. Shout out to Metzi for that line.
Oh no. I don't know if I agree with this. The late Elsa. I mean, Xe can play a really good Elsa. We didn't really get to see it too much back on Central Park. I think other alternative options have looked healthier. For instance, the Phoenix. We saw Jerry on the Daredevil, so that's away from the Elsa point. But regardless, though, there's a lot of things that you could do that might be slightly less strong than Elsa, but be complemented with a secondary duelist. But because it is domination, I imagine we're going to see a solo duelist from Zero Tenacity. Jerry, likely on the Ultron, won't be banned out. Every opportunity to bring it out here.
And with no portal to rely on for both of these teams, both sides are going to have to play perfectly. Reject and Zero Tenacity even going to invest saves onto the Elsa Bloodstone for the second save, as both sides investing a save onto the Invisible Woman first. So not gonna go towards the Mantis. Now we're moving towards the Invisible Woman. Something that I kinda didn't really expect. I know some teams were experimenting with the first save Invisible Woman over the first save Mantis, which in a sense does make sense, right? The first save onto the Invisible Woman does threaten a lot of different compositions in terms of maybe dive, being able to push him away with the force physics, the Guardian Shield also being such a flexible base kit ability in its own right as well. But with the Strange being taken away, one, you take away the team-up ability for Doctor Strange and the Invisible Woman. Two, you get rid of the portal as well. So this Doctor Strange ban is starting to become more and more noticed and more valuable.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised it took this long for Strange bans to become not even mainstay. We're really just seeing the appearance of it in OCE and playoffs in Asia. I'm sure going forwards in the stage 1 and maybe even like, you know, eventually the majors too, we're going to be seeing it become a mainstay option. Black Cat does have a mini portal. That's a good alternative, but it's not the same.
Yeah,
here we go.
It's very wonky, but you know, enough about Black Cat. We got to talk about this current matchup. Reject are one single map away from being the preseason Asia champions. Whereas Zero Tenacity, if they want to go on one hell of a reverse sweep, it has to start right now.
Gotta start now, my friend. Jerry on the Daredevil will be taking those alternative angles. His job needs to be to terrorize the back line. Lastro especially has been such a great foundational player for Reject, making it very tough to find that backline control when he can just strike back with force physics. Already, I think we saw Jerry take some damage off of Lastro, but we're focusing on Marvel on the front line, terrorizing the other Vanguard, looking for a way to dive in. Hits tendrils inside most of Reject, and through it all though, Marvel, a sacrificial play, tries to drive them back, but Marvel and Jerry are gone.
And that's going to be an easy first fight win for Reject. Brownie is showing that the Elsa is still a good pick. This might be the final time we see Elsa Bloodstone played on the 7.0 patch here in preseason of the Asia region. OCE still have their playoff runs to, at the very least, show off, but right now, Reject, this is business as usual from the past 3 maps.
No real changes, man. That's crazy. Major change would really be Gargoyle rocking the Magneto at this point, waiting for that Meteor M to possibly shut down Wendy. Even then, nothing really scoff at. Invisible Boundary is prepped up. Clark Crocs is out. Double Elsa, by the way, something we didn't remark a whole lot on. We could see more of that here. Brownie has been playing on just a whole different level, and that Invisible Boundary is very far out.
Yeah, but it had to be used in order to keep the team alive. But Jerry immediately goes down as soon as that Invisible Boundary goes down, but Wendy had to use the Invisible Boundary because of how well Piggy placed the Strangling Prison, and with the map moving at 50%, things are going to get a little bit wonky. To make sure Zero Tenacity have the man advantage, but Reject, they have not gone down all too much.
No, Force Physics KO off of Marvel, trying to solo his way in. Soko, the other Vanguard, unfortunately now stuck on a stagger. This could be a time for a reset. Remember, no Doctor Strange.
Final fight territory. Yeah, this is final fight territory.
You don't
they have to make a move on. Zero Tenacity can't waste any time here. But Brownie, with that Apex Predator, could easily force him away here.
Yep. 3 attempts left now. Venom goes in. Marvel, Feast of the Abyss, could be good to solo out Brownie. We did see a Apex Predator. I don't know where that went.
I think he was aiming towards Marvel, but he was able to, at the very least, grapple his way out to safety. So a waste of an ultimate from the likes of Brownie, but Yaki is there. Brownie and Lastro even teaming up as well. It's looking like a team ace on the side of Reject, being able to shut everyone down. Oh my god. What can you do in this situation? This is brutal for Zero Tenacity.
It's looking like on the verge of a GG, my friend. That's going to be Frozen Airfield, the first one to go down. Very little KOs against Reject. Zero Tenacity, they tried to dive the back line, have Marvel go for that focus alongside Jerry. It didn't work.
And what do? Zero Tenacity, they tried to match the Elsa, but I hate to say it, but I think Brownie's just better.
Yeah.
And really, all it came down to which Elsa can come out better than the other. And it's looking like it's all reject as Zero Tenacity. They need to find an adjustment and find it fast because now time is starting to run short because after that dominant performance from Reject, what do you do for Zero Tenacity? Things have to change here. Jerry, there's no way you roll out on the Spider-Man here.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he is.
Is that the tilt coming out?
I would for sure hope
can't
not.
believe it, man. No way. I mean, Spectacular Spin can work pretty well in Frozen Airfield. You use it for the environmental KOs.
Okay. I just realized this is Super Social Factory, so Jerry could, at the very least, position himself into finding environmental KOs.
It's also Spider-Man.
Yeah, but it's also Spider-Man. But, you know, Jerry is probably thinking, hey, someone's got to wear the mask if we want to, at the very least, make this a little bit more of a competitive grand final. We'll see about that, but Exy already called out by the Strangling Prison means that Wendy's invisible boundary doesn't do a damn thing.
No, that was entirely covered for that Elsa, and unfortunately still the KO because of the Groot ult, and just a simple left click from Magneto saved the day. There goes Spider-Man. Marvel gone. This is not looking good. Exy does have Apex Predator upon return, maybe to shove off the chance for a cap. Cap is inevitable, picking out onto the Angela for the same exact prowess that Jerry wants to bring.
Piggy thought about switching over to the Angela, but deems that the Groot is still a better option. Marvel switches over to the Thing to maybe put Yaki at bay. That is cooking on this Wolverine because Yaki, during that initial fight, was able to get an environmental KO with the Feral Leap. So he sent someone on Zero Tenacity down into the abyss, means that Zero Tenacity missing out on that first fight. They're gonna have to navigate the space that Zero Tenacity Reject already covered for themselves. So how does Zero Tenacity navigate here? Because Exy going down again first is already bad news.
Large Rocks has to be that initiation tool, right? But Exy's gone. You can't use that anymore. Yaki for the slice and dice removes Baser away. Soko finally retrieves some of it into a selfie. That's the last selfie you'll ever take, my friend. Yaki is a solo demon. Him and Brownie have been dominating the server. Jerry's forced to tuck tail and run away. No recourse. And Brownie doesn't care. Oh my god, put down like an animal. Jerry falls.
I mean, Jerry just immediately squished. He was on the wrong side of the map, too. Marvel just gets obliterated. And a Glartrox onto 2 is just insult to injury. 70% and climbing.
Final fight
is Reject. We are pretty much 25 seconds away from Reject winning the whole damn thing.
70, 80% now from Reject. One last attempt from Zero Tenacity. They fought all this way. They defeated the seemingly undefeatable of Pirates just for this moment of a reverse sweep. Lastro, strategist diff, spot hold and grabs. Exy does it again. Lastro falls. This is the chance. Apex Predator is out. Wendy does have invisible boundary. You just have to touch. Just have to tap. Marvel is there, and there's one more behind. I cannot tell who that is. I think it's Baser. They fall. Stoko set up and ready. Invisible boundary underway. Soon to have the Kumio unleashed. It's a slice. It's a dice. Gargoyle falls mid-ultimate. And now the giant fox is out. You need Piggy to go to the wayside, but Feral Leap is out. Sends Baser down to hell itself. And with invisible boundary back up once again, that yellow beam is slowly dwindling away. There's one last attempt. Marvel brings out Feast of the Abyss, and that doesn't last long. All it takes now is one last player to hold on. It's down to Soko. Soko needs to do whatever he can to survive for Spider-Man, but it's Yaki instead. And that is it. Reject are your Pacific Asia champions of Preseason Ignite.
What a glow up coming in from Reject. They look down in the dumps back in the group stage, and then we look into playoffs, and my god, where in the world was this Reject back in the group stage? At the very least, it's better late than never. Reject coming out as champions. Honestly, very well deserved.
Yeah, incredibly well deserved, man. The glow up from Reject from week 1 of groups, having middling results, getting a new coach, tying everything together, and making a superstar second week group stage into an amazing playoff run. I want to say almost unheard of, but we've seen a lot of crazy things happen to other regions, Dan, but this was entirely unique to Asia.
I mean, this was, I'm not gonna lie, this was very, very unique. You don't see anything like this in Americas. You didn't see anything like this in EMEA. A team that looked to be down and out, barely squeaking into playoffs. Keep in mind, Reject came in as the 4th seed, being tied with the likes of XOXO01 and Triple AD. That is not a result that anyone expected coming from Reject back in the group stage. And now they do the work in the background. Behind the scenes, they locked things in. And now in playoffs, they only dropped a single map.
It's
only
wild,
one.
Man. Only one, man. Only one. That's all it took, dude. Unbelievable work coming out from Reject. Definitely a favorite team of mine now, and one that we have to keep a very careful eye on as we continue into stage 1 and beyond. I don't see a way of defeating them. I think, and maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, Dan, maybe the only way to defeat Reject is to bring them to the international stage.
I mean, that's where, unfortunately, that's where the accolades of Reject fall through. Right now, they have 2 domestic titles to their name. They've won back in Stage 1 Asia in 2025. Now they claim the champions of Preseason in Asia 2026. But now the question is, can they translate this result, first of all, into Stage 1 Asia, because that's where it really matters, or Stage 1 Pacific, to make sure they book themselves a ticket into that international land, the mid-season finals coming down in the near future, it feels like. It feels like in just a few months.
What month are we in?
Yeah, I feel like
what year is it, man?
It feels like I've been in preseason for the longest time possible, because that's probably because I was watching every single region to the best of my ability, and that's already a lot of different matches going on. But if Reject are able to keep this form going into Stage 1, there is a world that Reject will at the very least take one of those 2 spots in the mid-season finals.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, why not, right? Reject have looked like a unique breed. I don't know what to say besides repeating myself over and over again. We're just waiting for our interview to be set up with Reject, because we have a lot of questions that we need to ask and a lot of things that need to be found out for Stage 1. And maybe, and I'm sure every team in the world is going to be watching Reject in these matches to see, hey, how can we be part of the meta-defining team like this? It feels like it's always Asia that discovers stuff first.
I mean, we've been seeing trends towards the first save onto the Invisible Woman over the Mantis. I mean, everyone in Asia started doing the first save Mantis first, and then the other regions started to, at the very least, adopt it for themselves, and now Asia is evolving even more. Now we're seeing first save Invis. Now we're seeing strange bands coming into the mix as well. So now, what's next? What is Asia going to cook up this time around?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hopefully, Piggy, once we get him on the line, can help us answer some of these questions, because, dude, the world is Reject's oyster right now. It's really anybody's game. Can they be the best team in the world? Why not?
And what better way to answer those questions for a little bit, right? We're getting Piggy on the phone for the winner's interview in just a few moments' time. And I feel like we haven't really interviewed Reject a whole lot.
No.
So there's still a lot of mystery behind this team as a whole. This is the only partner team here in the Pacific Asia side of things. So we're gonna have to see what Reject have been cooking, see how they're feeling for the remainder of the Ignite 2026 season.
$20,000 going in the Reject's pockets right there. $50,000 as a whole given out for the top teams too for the preseason playoffs. A lot of money, man. And I really can't wait to see what the prize pool for Stage 1's going to look like too.
I mean, it's going to be even bigger, even better. This is only preseason after all. And if preseason is already touted as one of the best Marvel Rivals tournaments of all time, what does stage 1, what does stage 2 have in store? What does mid-season finals have in store? Because we still have a lot more Marvel Rivals to play.
Oh, yeah,
Not just
for sure.
here in Pacific, but everywhere. America's, EMEA, you name it. There is
I'm
still so
surprised.
much left in store.
I'm surprised you're still on the call, man. I thought you'd be back on Bloodhunt already.
I want to, but you know, we're here.
Hey, what happened to that cake you were gonna faceplant in, huh?
I mean, that's still like hiding in the refrigerator. I don't know if I'll have the time to like grab it and stuff my face with it as a celebration of, hey, we made it through preseason, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, technically not yet because we still have OCE to get
That's
over
true.
with. But I mean, OCE's already dealing with their own insanity with Group B going in what, a 3-way tie, but. Enough of that. We're going to talk to Piggy for a little bit. We got Piggy on the phone, ready to see what he has to say after winning that huge grand final. Hello, Piggy. Hello.
Hello.
How are you feeling today after winning?
Really happy now.
That's incredible. Piggy, how would you evaluate your individual performance in these matches?
Yesterday I was really bad, but today I think I did well.
Relatable.
Very nice. And moving on to our next question, right? Who you think was the MVP in your team?
Maybe I think Gargoyle.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of people could agree with that.
Yeah, I could agree.
I would
with
agree
that.
too.
And I guess our last question for this interview, we know you're probably tired. Best of 7 takes a while. In all the games, especially the last one, how do you synergize your role and your team with everybody else to ensure that you guys have the best coordination possible?
In regular season, our communication was really bad, but we talk too much each other, and then we fix them.
That's
we fix.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think we could call it there. I feel like, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Piggy. We're so happy that you guys were able to come out with a huge win up against your tenacity. Go celebrate with the team. You guys have well deserved it. Thank you so much, Piggy, and enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Piggy. And with that concludes our broadcast. We had ourselves one hell of a time, man. We had our lower bracket finals, the defeat of Pirates, the first time really ever in their run, I think, inside Marvel Rivals. Reject blossoming above everybody else in a very unexpected manner. It goes to show that this is the pre-season of Ignite 2026. Can you imagine where we're going to be at the end of the year? Grand Finals, World Championship, who knows who's going to be in that slot?
And there's so many plans, not only just here in Marvel Rivals Esports, but Marvel Rivals as a whole. There's a lot of stuff planned out throughout this entire year. You remember, at the end of 2025, I believe one of the developers said 2025 was their warm-up. 2025 was the warm-up, and I feel like that translates the same into here in the esports side of things, because, oh my god, if 2025 was igniting the battle, now with 2026, how do you ignite it even more? Because I'm sure we're gonna find ways to do just that.
Absolutely, my friend. Weird to think that's already almost over, and you know what? I'm looking at the timer right now, almost 5.5 hours in. That's plenty of time for most people to get their Twitch drops.
Yeah, exactly. And what better way to do it than right here on the Marvel Rivals main channel. We did speedrun through the grand final, but at the very least, if you were able to catch the lower final, that was an absolute treat to watch. Both of these teams going blow for blow, band for band even, and just scrapping their way. But Zero Tenacity came out on top. And that was, I think that was one of the best series I've ever seen to date. Maybe rivaling the America's Grand Finals in preseason.
Okay. Big words. I'm down for it. But I do want to see what the top results look like. How did we end up here? What did it all flush out to be overall? We're going to have a graphic, I believe, momentarily. We're just waiting on that to be finished up. But I gotta say, man, from where we started to where we ended, I was not expecting Reject to be the team to bring it home. I mean, they are like the most partnered team that we have for Asia and OCE. I'm happy that they showed why that they have that mantle, but for a while, it was looking like an MRC team could take it.
I mean, that's what it looked like for the entirety of groups, right? Pirates, they were the team that looked like they were a step above the rest, but then as we headed deeper and deeper into playoffs, it just felt like everyone saw what Pirates were doing, and they're like, hey, we're just gonna watch all your matches, figure out some sort of counter strategy, and shut you guys down in the playoffs. And I feel like a lot of those teams, especially in the likes of Reject, Zero Tenacity even, just found ways to just take them out of commission as soon as possible. And Pirates, we, at the end of groups, expect them to make it all the way to the grand final, but they end up in third place. But considering that they are an MRC team, you still gotta give credit to Pirates as a whole, right? That is still insanely impressive of a result.
Did Pirates make the deepest preseason playoffs run out of any team in MRC? I think, yeah, we lost top down on the same marker.
Yeah, we lost, ended up in third place as well.
Yep.
So both Pirates and YWL over in the Americas region have tied in the deepest run in from an MRC team here in preseason. As we take a look at what in the world just happened, Pirates just barely losing out against Zero Tenacity 2-3, which allowed Zero Tenacity to make their way into the grand finals to try to challenge a revitalized Reject, but unfortunately, it was just not meant to be. Z10 do not get their happy ending. Reject just look absolutely dominant. This is the reason why they are the partner team here in Asia.
Absolutely, dude. Just such an utter dominant performance. That's the complete bracket. A beautiful artistic display about how everything had played out. Pirates, they looked great early on. The fact of the matter is that even though they had such a great performance, they only won one series in the entirety of playoffs.
Yeah, but then we see Reject at the top step, but
That's
if
true.
you look at the entirety of the lower bracket, there have been some surprising results, right? Triple AD losing out to XOXO01, but after that, it's been somewhat expected, I feel like, in terms of what these matchups have been gearing towards, but overall, this has been this was a crazy playoff.
Well, what's a better way to end off these? Of course, by getting yourself a nice little treat. You know, you get yourself a coffee, get yourself a soda,
I'm
whatever.
gonna have some cake.
I'm gonna have myself a skin, dude, because the Hellfire Gala has returned. You can get yourself some amazing skins. You can capture the epitome of the Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring Ace costumes. Available already until May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific. And Dan, with that cake, cameras are flashing. Are you ready?
I'm ready to eat the cake, but those Hellfire Gala skins are also up for grabs. But another thing that is up for grabs, my personal favorite ad read compared to CB with on the alluring Ace Gambit costume is Blood Hunt being the newest PvE game mode here in Marvel Rivals, available right now because Dracula for some reason decided to return and we have to shove him back into his place. So we gotta save New York City with a team of up to 4 players and make sure that we test our limits with different difficulties and we send this Lord of the Night to his undead doom right now. Welcome everyone to the next chapter of PvE Marvel Rivals. Will you hunt or be hunted?
I, for one, am Team Dracula. I'm happy that he's returned to my home turf of New York. But guess what? Brand new Twitch drops arrive with the Ignite preseason. If you've watched all of today, I think you qualify for just about all of them. At the very least, 4 hours, you'll get the Daredevil Galactico costume. Tune into participating channels to watch your favorite streamers and earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and exclusive costumes for Daredevil and Gambit. Daredevil will be available only until May 15th, my friend, and Gambit until the 17th of May. So watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be just us, although it should be just us, but you know, you've also got other streamers on Twitch as well where they will also be able to give you those Twitch drops as well. So as long as you get up to that watch time, you'll be able to get yourself those costumes. But after that, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of Preseason Asia, and it has been an absolute honor and a pleasure to cover this entire tournament with not just UK, but with CB, Diatonic, Liger, Matzi, the entire Pacific crew. Thanks everyone watching tonight. Just see how this entire region has been performing and essentially what they're offering going into stage 1 as well.
Right, we got a lot more cooked up. Don't go anywhere. We got stage 1 coming by soon, and we got to finish OCE. So we'll see you very, very soon with that. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a few days, but we'll be back in stronger numbers. We'll see you soon.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸